Good morning. How are all of you doing on this lovely morning? Good morning, good morning. I've been up all night, which is why I'm so chipper. I decided to stream early because by the time that the normal stream time comes around, I am going to be a fucking zombie. There we go. All right, we're good. I have been hard at work on this. I still love how this string of films just like perfectly lines up with everything. Like, I didn't even realize I'd done them in sequence like this, but apparently I had. I only have, like, after the 5 I have to edit today, I only have 3 films left. The end is nigh. Yeah, this has taken a lot longer than I thought it would. Fuck, I haven't uploaded since, like, the end of January. It's fucking April. When was the last time I had a hiatus that long? Like, oh, it had to have been around, like, 2014-ish. Yeah. Droughts before, but not 3 months, usually a month or 2. I did have I think I had a 6-month content drought back in 2014 when I was first getting out, when I was first moving into my apartment. I had been homeless before that point, was still uploading regularly. I started following you in 2015. Yeah, I think I made a video basically saying, "Hey, sorry there haven't been videos. I'm working on something as an apology."
Oh, I don't really care what your arms are for. More money on defense, fuck hospitals. Fuck human beings, fuck humanity. Fuck human beings, fuck humanity. Fuck human beings, fuck humanity.
I felt that was perfect for Mononoke. Oh, and then there's this one.
Cats. I'm a kitty cat. Dance, 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 cat. I'm a kitty cat. Dance, 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 cats. I'm a kitty cat. Dance, dance, dance,
What else was there? Oh yeah, Totoro.
At Whimsy's house.
At Whimsy's house. At Whimsy's house. At Whimsy's house. At Whimsy's house.
And there's Only Yesterday, which I already had. Oh, and Whisper of the Heart. This one's my favorite.
Country gnomes, take my bones to a place they don't belong. West Virginia, cursed pajama, take my bones, country gnomes.
I had to change the backdrop I was using for the Castle in the Sky grade guard because I did a little check and it's like, oh, that's AI. I should use something else. Okay, I know they don't move, but it genuinely does look like the frame for the poster moves. I am very much preferring this style of grade card than what I was using before. Let's see, where was it? Yeah, so like I was using this one for a while. And it's like, you know, it's clean, but it's boring. And it was around the Nom Nom Nami video that I just decided, all right, let's really make these grade cards aesthetic as fuck. What's so bad at recognizing AI? Oh, no, I meant the background image. Yeah, I struggle with recognizing AI in music, too. I've had people ask me, it's like, what would a grade card like this look like for your other stuff? And funnily enough, I think I actually have a project file for that. I think it might have been this one. I think I think I probably stuck it in the Nami grade cards project file somewhere, or I moved everything to their own. Oh yeah, they're over here. Templates, first impressions. There you are. You're gonna make it grab all of them, aren't you? Yeah, that's the right one. And lastly, that one. Oh God. If I show this one on stream, I'm gonna get some fucking letters about this. There you are. And I'm also missing Timber. Where are you, Timber? Oh, I think I'm also missing the BG3 card, too. Right, you would be in the Night with Timber video, wouldn't you? No, wait, no, you're in the templates folder. I literally just saw you there. I'm showing you cool stuff I made, but this is actually also just a way to procrastinate. God, some of the music is missing too. Fuck me. Okay. 1 second. There we go. That one solved. Ordinary. Oh, that's the original. I'm here looking for a cover because of what's in the fucking username. Ugh. Oh, yeah, I should probably move that. Like, I know I'm never going to need these, but like I have them and I want to show them because it's just another way to just delay going to work. There you are. Keep it lost. Oh, that's fucking beautiful. Oh, yeah, it's because Patty LaPone is in that. I also do not have StreamerBot open. Fucking hell, God, I am just such a scatterbrain today. Boy, can you tell I've been up all night? Oh, fuck me. It's only showing Twitch. What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? Partially connected, huh? What's the problem? Oh. I was having a song for would be the kazoo cover for Howl's Moving Castle. No, like I put these together a while ago, and I only just found the kazoo cover of Howl's Moving Castle recently. And Idio Glossary. Oh, right. I also need that other one and the other one. I need 2 more after this. I'm not going to reacquire the music for all the Nami ones. You guys have seen those. Place. Oh, I can't find the original. Oh, well. I sat there for a while thinking, what is what kind of grade card music perfectly fits BG3? Like, just in terms of its content. 1 second. Like, just in terms of its content. Oh, there it is. Yep. That's it. Perfect. Like, just in terms of its content and how it executes that content. And I just remembered, wait a minute. Oh, I know exactly what to use. And let's see. Smoke and mirrors. Okay. Come on. Oh, download it. Oh, well, fuck you, I guess. All right, well. Anyway, here they are. Oh. Oh, fuck. Idiots. I played those and I did not have the stream speakers on. I'm so fucking stupid.
We take a syllable, the funnier the better, and we say it till we make it be a word. Lexicon of beg and borrow, idioclassary RO, isn't it the bestest thing you've ever heard?
Cause the Q-man loves nobody.
You really love nobody.
And boy, I mean nobody.
And boy, you mean nobody.
But my own sweet flippin' self.
Trying hard to go with the grain, keeping the quirks in my brain. I'm on the brink of discovery, I think. But what if I'm dreaming? Fill me with poison, make me numb. I don't care if my heart stops.
Oh, there's an equal number of positive and negatives here.
It works, that's all you're fucking good for.
If you want cookies and carrots that have been placed out by parents, bid to make it apparent that Santa made it our parents, well then you'll need to reserve it, cause that's our premium service. We thought you loved your kids, perhaps their dreams just aren't worth it.
Talking, you ain't even gotta try. You're cute enough to fuck with me tonight. Looking at the table, all I see is red and white. Baby, you living the life, but Judy, you ain't living right. Cocaine and drinking with your friends. You live in the dark, boy, I cannot pretend.
And that one just won't download, so. You know, I thought this was going to be the first instance of me giving a skull grade in a video, but unfortunately, The Wind Rises beat them to it. Oh, fuck yeah, this one. The one is my favorite. The BG3 is the best. I had some weird idea of putting all these in order for like one video to just throw up on Tumblr. I'd have to I'd have to finish the rest of them, but this whole thing should be except maybe this. I really talking to you, Ted and Cog and Coffin just not working. It's so hilariously fitting. Yeah, it was supposed to be a cover of Smoke and Mirrors. See, I feel like Q-Man Loves Nobody works perfectly for Steven Universe because because it's got Patty LuPone in it, and Steven has the personality of Glenn Quagmire. I'm kidding. He doesn't have the personality of Glenn Quagmire. He's as likable as Glenn Quagmire. Yes, I would like to save this. Okay, I have procrastinated. I was not actually supposed to close that. Oh well, I'll just open it again later. Anyway, I procrastinated long enough. Let us commence with the actual of the editing. Let's see now. What background music do we want? Oh, I still have Nom Nom Radio, don't I? Yes, right here. Perfect. Just got here. How far are you with this video? I am really fucking close to done. Where'd I put that progress image? There we go. Okay, so if the green ones, they're done. They're edited. They're fully written and edited, and they are up on Patreon. You could watch those segments right now. The yellow ones. Oh. Yeah, sure. The yellow ones, they have yet to be edited. I've actually just recorded them. And the ones that do not have a color tint to them, I have yet to watch them. And if it's red, that means it was excluded from the thing. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 films done. Done and dusted. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 films to edit today. And 3 left to actually watch. So by next week, I should have all of them at least edited. Oh. Uh-oh. Kiki's Delivery Service is one of 4 cows. If you ask someone their favorite Ghibli film, they'll either say this, Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle, or Princess Mononoke. In fact, I put out a poll on social media for people to name their favorite Ghibli films, and those 4 were all near the top. Oh, also Ponyo. This puts me in a very uncomfortable films, and those 4 were all near the top. Oh, also Ponyo. This puts me in a very uncomfortable position because, okay, I don't think these films are bad. They're just, that's because you're 30, CD. No, I didn't. Okay, we're good. My Neighbor Totoro is probably Ghibli's strangest film, which is ironic considering it's all over Ghibli's branding. Until Ponyo came out, it was the lightest and softest of their work. My Neighbor Totoro... My Neighbor Totoro is about two sisters who move into an old house in the countryside to be close to their mother's hospital, where she's being treated for a chronic illness. The house, as it turns out, is practically infested with is about two sisters who move into an old house in the countryside to be close to their mother's hospital, where she's being treated for a chronic illness. The house, as it turns out, is practically infested with mold. I mean spirits. Those are definitely spirits. It's not mold, they're spirits. This leads them on an adventure to find out what they are, which eventually leads them to a big tree where they meet Gabriel Iglesias, who occasionally shows up whenever the plot is getting a touch too quiet. Let the kettle sit too long. Shows up whenever the plot is getting a touch too quiet. The entire film is practically a highlight reel of the almost nonsensical childhood adventures that children can get up to in a rural area. For the Zoomers in the audience, before the advent of computers you can hold in your hand, we used to do this crazy thing called going outside, where we'd have adventures finding every hidden path, shortcut, and meadow that our neighborhood had to offer. I'm just kidding. It's not something Zoomers or Gen Alpha really do, partially because they've got a literal dopamine generator in the palm of their hands, but also because their parents are overprotective freaks of nature who wouldn't let them out unsupervised until they were 16. Man, we really just ruined childhood. Man, Gen X really just ruined childhood, huh? Much of the film is about the two sisters just exploring, experiencing life, and bonding. Much of the film is about the two sisters just exploring, experiencing life, and bonding with furry creatures, and occasionally writing to their mother. There's little in the way of plot or conflict. Actually, no, there is. I mentioned that their mother is in the hospital with a chronic illness. Well, toward the end of the film, after all of this whimsy is getting to the point that it's about to cause a case of diabetes, this really starts to come to a head, as there's the very real possibility that these girls might lose their mother. And bear in mind, this came out right after Grave of the Fireflies, so the idea that, bear in mind when the idea that a Ghibli film oh wow, I took way too many takes on this. And bear in mind when it first came out, this movie was a double feature with Grave of the Fireflies. So like, the idea that a Ghibli film would not make two. Satsuki breaks down in tears. So the idea that a Fireflies. So the idea that a Ghibli film would not make two children lose their mother because that's too dark had been thoroughly shattered an hour and a half ago. Seriously, these two were a double feature? Holy shit! Satsuki breaks down in tears over it more than once, and she and Mei actually fight about it at one point. It's not especially present in the film, as I suspect their father isn't keeping them completely informed. It's not the plot that the film is building toward, but rather a dash of salt that's necessary for it. But rather just the dash of salt that the film is building toward, but rather that's necessary for it. But rather just the dash of salt that's necessary for any cake. And that's really it. Like, that's all I have. I don't have anything else. That's it. It's fucking Totoro. Like, there's no secret meaning, hidden truth, or any of that shit fandom likes to cook up. The mother doesn't even die. She comes home at the end happily ever after. I genuinely have nothing else to say, and there's more films like that to come, too. I couldn't go to school trips because mom was paranoid about the bus slipping on ice and crashing. Oh my god. Do.
At Whimsy's house.
Whimsy's house.
At Whimsy's house.
At Whimsy's house. At Whimsy's house.
Okay, let's just get this done right away. Second, I'm just grabbing the music for Totoro. Oh, fuck you. Alright, I'm gonna have to wait 11 minutes for that. Okay. And we leave now. Alright, what's next? Only Yesterday, and it goes between Kiki and Porco Rosso. Is there even enough space there? Wait, no, that's Howl's Moving Castle. Where the fuck is Porco Rosso? That's My Neighbors the Yamadas. That's, okay, yeah, you go in here. Let me guess, you're way too fucking long. Motherfucking Whimsy's house. Oh my god. Another person knows Whimsy's house. Holy shit. Really dated myself with that one. Only Yesterday is my favorite Ghibli film. I wouldn't call it the best. It's a close second though, but it is my favorite. Only Yesterday is the second film directed by Isao Takahata and follows the life of Taiko, a woman who gets a 10-day vacation from work to take a trip out to the countryside. While she's on this vacation, she spends a lot of time reflecting on her childhood growing up in 1960s Tokyo. Taiko has a love of the countryside and spends her vacation time on a farm helping harvest. Taiko has a love of the countryside and spends her vacation time on a farm helping out. Given that she lives in the city and works a stifling and suffocating office job, getting out into fresh air and physical work would certainly sound like a vacation. The film focuses a lot on the mundane frustrations of a young girl growing up in a very stifling and suffocating environment, not unfamiliar to anyone who grew up in not unfamiliar to anyone who grew up in the 1960s in Japan, or America, or the UK, or Canada, or France. There's a particular moment that showcases the entire film in microcosm, where Taiko and her family get very excited at the prospect of getting to try pineapple, but when they finally figure out how to cut it and serve it, they realize that pineapple doesn't taste as good as they thought it would. You know, the music's distracting me. I think I'd rather have a quiet stream. The pineapple doesn't taste as good as... It didn't air on TV. I kind of just watched random shit on demand and found it. It's how I found out about Mona the Vampire. Oh my god, Mona the Vampire! Oh my god, that girl was on some fucking drugs, I swear. Like, that girl was either on drugs or needed to be on drugs. Pineapple doesn't taste as good as they thought it would. It's rather There's a particular moment that showcases the entire film in microcosm, where Taiko and her family get very excited at the prospect of getting to try pineapple, but when they finally figure out how to cut it and serve it, they realize that pineapple doesn't taste as good as they thought it would. It's rather extended and drawn out to capture the disappointment of something you were excited for turning out to be a letdown. Also, is that a table with blankets attached to it? That's genius. Also, is that a table with blankets? Also, is that a table with blankets attached to it? That's fucking genius. Another scene later shows Taiko being very proud of herself for writing a really good writing a really good essay in school, only also is that a extended and drawn out to capture the disappointment of something you were It's rather extended and drawn out to capture the disappointment of something you were excited for turning out to be a letdown. Also, is that a table with blankets attached to it? That's fucking genius. Another scene later shows Taiko being very proud of herself for writing a really good essay in school, only for her mother to bemoan that she didn't eat her lunch, wishing she was a girl who did what she was told rather than make academic achievement. Wow, fuck you too, lady. It's a very subtle form of childhood misogyny, downplaying the things a girl does while pressuring her to conform to what a good girl should be. It's not lost on Taiko either, as she can see how quickly her mother's pride in her vanishes the instant she does something that isn't her fault. That this remark about her being a picky eater comes after the scene where she is excited to try new foods and then keeps eating it even after discovering she doesn't like it, shows a certain kind of parental splitting. Moments like this are all over the film as Taiko deals with a string of unfortunate disappointments, microaggressions, and bullying. Compared to something like Grave of the Fireflies or Princess Kaguya, Taiko's certain kind of parental splitting. Moments like this are all over the film as Taiko's troubles seem small and unimportant. At one point in the story, a character tries to shame people for not finishing their lunch by invoking the starving children in Vietnam argument. This is one of those things that is really interesting in retrospect because at the time of writing, every first world nation, including Japan and the US, is facing an epidemic of depression and unhappiness from rising income inequality and overwork. And these constant, unending, mundane frustrations contribute to that in a form of death by 1,000 cuts. But it's always something that doesn't get talked about because people always point to bigger, more critical, immediate problems to shame people against complaining. But I've often found it's people who don't have any troubles in life that do the most shaming. Hell, I had a viciously horrific childhood, far worse than Taiko, and I'm on the edge of my seat thinking, oh no, this poor baby, when she gets her adolescent love life sabotaged. Often a baby when she gets her adolescent love life sabotaged. Often a big problem with life in general is that it's just sort of mundanely shitty. Most people don't have big traumatic events that define their life. Most people just go through life slowly and
That two seems so comfy. Some of them even come with a heater as well. Yeah, see, here's the thing. I say that's genius. I would never want to own one because I overheat in fucking freezing temperatures. Like, yeah, that's actually really cool. It looks cozy as fuck. I would be in actual hell sitting at one. Like, it is -5. I have the window open, and a window fan is blowing in, and I'm still too fucking warm.
Most people just go through life slowly and systematically having their passions smothered and pushed into what they should do versus what they want to do, and that just leads to what's often called a tolerable level of permanent unhappiness. As an adult, Tycho is reflecting on all of this, laughing at the silly things and
Turns my head to look at you slowly when I hear overheat and cold temperatures. I'm not kidding! Sub-zero temperatures. Like, I'm looking at the thermometer. It is 3 degrees Celsius in this room. And I am still too fucking warm. Like, I am uncomfortably warm. Is every person's body heat personalized?
I think so. It's gotta be. What else could it be?
Okay. Where did they go? Apologies, I'm looking for my hormones. I keep dwelling on it because it was just so fucking funny. But like, God, that very small, like tropical storm in a teacup regarding Into the Void not having it's like not having meat in it. Anytime I get overheated, I get a stomach ache. Like, I can't sit in a heated car seat. I will get sick so quickly. Oh, wow. when air is especially hot, I feel like I can't breathe. Like, so something I kind of noticed when I was like, when I was in the hospital and I would be given a weekend pass and my mother would be driving me back on Sunday evening. And I would just feel like I would just feel like she always had the car heater on, and I would just feel a very intense fucking burning on my nostrils. And it's like, I would have to open the window because I couldn't fucking breathe. That one was wild. Toward the end, I kept thinking, all this whining about not having meat. What are you guys afraid of salads? Oh yeah, that was so fucking funny. Is indeed personalized because of genetics, metabolism, physiology. Fascinating indeed. Forward of this. Angry at every little thing she does. I was starting to get scared they got into life. Yeah, it was really fucking funny because it's just like, it's like, what do people do for meat? There is no meat. There is no meat because it is extremely inefficient and infeasible to raise livestock on the stations. And people go, so I said, so it's like, it's inefficient and infeasible to raise livestock on the stations. And then someone came in and went, oh, I got a solution for that. Chickens. And I said, that wouldn't work. You would still need to grow their feed. And at that point, you may as well use the space you're using to grow their feed to grow food you can eat. Like, this is why raising cows actually makes sense, because cows eat grass and we can't. And then somebody came in and it's like, oh, well, what about lab-grown meat? And I said, again, that's an awful lot of space that could be used more efficiently, especially since plant proteins already exist. There's soybeans, there's lentils, like fucking tofu is one of the most nutritionally efficient foods in the goddamn universe. And then, oh my god, somebody came in suggesting ento meat. For those who don't know, ento meat is insects. Now, I know that there are some places that do in fact eat insects. But if we're talking about a sci-fi post-apocalypse, and you're telling me it makes more sense to eat a spider than to eat some fucking beans, then I don't know what to fucking say to you. I don't know what to say to you. You are quite frankly terrifying. Like, oh, what about the meat? Oh, they have well, you know, they have tofu. What about, they can have chickens. Yeah, but they already have tofu. Oh, what about lab-grown meat? Tofu. What about, it's like, have you considered insect meat? Tofu, you fucking hell, God. Jesus fucking Christ. Eat your centipede toast crunch. What the cinnamon toast fuck is this? And it's like, ultimately, the answer to all of the, because the thing is, Into the Void is not vegan for any moral reason, but because it's practical. I did in fact consider these ideas. I did in fact consider them, and every single time I just came to the conclusion it makes more sense to just use plant proteins. Every time. Then, oh my god, that turned into a whole other fucking shitstorm, which became, well, what about picky eaters? And it's like, well, you're in a situation where the problem with that, it was always that food variety is limited. There, you don't really have a lot of other options. And the extremely highly processed foods that create picky eaters in the first place don't exist. And that started a whole fucking thing. Feeding tofu to chickens, and now you have tofu and chickens. And so that started a whole other thing. And somebody came in, well, what about kids with AFRID, a condition that apparently results in extremely selective food intake? And it's like, well, you know, kids with AFRID, they would actually starve to death before eating the foods they don't like. And I just said to him very simply, oh, we've tested that, have we? Have we tested that theory? Tell me about the letting children starve to death theory study. Tell me about that study. I want to hear about that study. Because the thing is, you can make, like, the problem with all of these arguments is that eventually, if a child stands their ground long enough, eventually their parent will cave. Their parent will cave because they don't want their kid to starve to death, and they don't want to take the risk of who's going to blink first. The problem with that is that in the nebula, you literally can't do that. If your kid does not like eating the basic foods that are available and the basic things that can be made out of those foods, that kid simply doesn't eat. Like, there's nothing their parent can do. There's literally nothing. They can't they can't just conjure chicken tenders into existence. And then somebody actually came in and said, well, you know, I've always had sensory issues regarding food, and I would actually starve to death before eating like lentils. And I'm like, I came just short of saying, no, you fucking wouldn't. Because here's the kicker. Like, if you claim to have sensory issues that are so severe, you would literally starve to death before eating foods with weird textures. No, you wouldn't, you fucking liar. No, you fucking wouldn't. And you've never tested that. I would pay anyone who actually tested that theory, like, lock you in a small room for 30 days with only a single food you don't like and you hate the texture of available to you. If you go the whole 30 days to the point that they have to haul you out in a fucking stretcher, I would pay you $5,000. But ultimately, the question they were giving is, if there was a kid with issues that severe, what would happen? And the simple fact is, that kid would die. If you can't eat the variety of foods that are in the nebula, if you live in the nebula and you can't eat the foods that are in the nebula, then you die. There's nothing anyone can do for you. Because it's post-apocalyptic. They can't conjure new plants into existence for you. They just can't do it. And like, some people, they just didn't get it. They just don't get it, and they can't figure it out. Of course, there's also the fact is, I don't believe that picky eating is like genetic. I think it's psychological. You need to both have access to very high salt, very high fat foods, which your brain really fucking likes. And you need parents who are going to enable that habit. If you don't have both of those things, you don't develop that habit. Ugh. It's the problem with having any kind of public discussion about things related to neurodivergence, because there is a cross section between there is a Venn diagram between actually neurodivergent symptom and someone being a fucking drama queen. I used to be picky about my food when I was young, and now I basically eat anything. Yeah. My sister was picky as all hell. My sister was a very picky eater. I was not. Because I was perpetually hungry all the fucking time. My sister ate way more than me. Hey, look, you guys have seen photos of me and her as kids. And you've seen what a scrawny fuck I was. Yeah. Y'all saw that one. Y'all saw that one photo. I'd eat anything but rutabaga, but then we grew up poor and ate a lot of chicken nuggets and other processed stuff because it was all we could afford, and now I'm a very picky bitch, and I'm actively having to try to acquire a taste for vegetables again. Yeah, because, like, that's what does that. Your brain is hardwired to want salt and fat. And if it's high in salt and high in fat, we love that shit. And if you eat a lot of that as a little kid, then your brain will look at anything that doesn't have the same taste of something. And you eat something that is not high in salt and high in fat, your brain basically goes, what the fuck is this? And like any other habit formed as a result of any habit formed by your brain getting used to something can only be broken by willpower and self-discipline. Because when you stop eating garbage, your brain will go, what the fuck? I want the garbage. Give me the garbage. And it will do that for about a couple of fucking days. And then, oh, I'm used to it now. I used to get, as a coffee, a large triple, a large with 3 large sugar and 3 large cream. And when making coffee at home, I eventually switched to sweetener. Because I was like, I really shouldn't be having this much sugar. I'll stick to sweetener. And then eventually, my usual coffee order at Tim's became too sweet. So I got sweetener in that too. And then I started using milk in my coffee at home because it was cheaper. And then eventually, cream in my coffee was too sweet. So now I take milk in it. So then I take milk in it. Then I develop lactose intolerance and I take almond milk in both. Fuck, actually, shit. I started drinking almond milk, and especially in my coffee, but just in a lot of things in general, a couple years ago. And like, I'm starting to wonder if my lactose intolerance developed as a result of me just not having anything with milk in it for 3 fucking years. But yeah, over time of just changing how the things I drink changed how I enjoy my coffee. And you're like, because that's what happens when you make a change to your diet. Your palate changes. Things that were just right yesterday are too sweet. Are things that were just right a year ago are too sweet today. My wife has often claimed to be a picky eater, but I have made her things that she has disliked in the past, and she loves them. Like a grilled cheese sandwich. She told me for years she does not like grilled cheese. I made her a grilled cheese. She fucking loves it. And it was in kind of, I would ask her questions about it. And I eventually just found out that a big reason that she thought she was a picky eater is because her father's a shit cook. Her father is just a terrible fucking cook. Kid me would have never eaten salad because they were too bland. Oh yeah, there you go. It's like the people who basically just drown their food into hot sauce and they go, well, I just don't want it to be bland. Like, bro, how have you fucked up your palate that you can only eat things that are like drowning in capsaicin? But yeah, it's like her father, it was just a shit cook in general and would just guilt trip her if he made something that she didn't like, which was all the time. But there's some things that, like, no matter unless I mix them a certain way, she just hates, like mustard. Mustard's the big one. Sometimes I realize I'll mix mustard, mayo, barbecue sauce, and hot sauce together, and I'll use that when cooking up like steak, pork chops, or chicken. But it's a very generous ratio. She loves barbecue sauce, and putting a little mustard in the barbecue sauce gives it a tang that she really likes. And I'm like, okay, what is it about mustard that she doesn't like? And then I realize she likes it when I cook rice when I put a little bit of vinegar in the rice water to cook rice with. But if I put too much, she complains about it. And that's when it hit me. Sour acids. That's what she doesn't like. She doesn't like sour acids. But yeah, she does like them in a certain degree of quantity. Like she'll put lemon juice in water and she loves that. But it's a small amount of lemon juice, a small amount of vinegar, a small amount of mustard in something. Because, like, when I kept asking her these questions, McKay thought I was, like, grilling her or guilting her for a little bit, and I had to keep reassuring her, no, I'm curious. I'm going somewhere with this. And then eventually, like, in one of these conversations, I just turned and wrote on the whiteboard, sour acid. And it's like, oh my God, that's it. And it's like, she's looking at me like, holy shit. Because she did not see the connective tissue in anything she doesn't like. But, like, now that I've been looking at it, I realize, oh, yeah, that's it. Because it's like, she doesn't really like it when she does it. She likes cheese, but not when it's the dominant flavor. Cheese is quite sour. She doesn't like vinegar, but she likes a little bit of it in rice. She doesn't like mustard, but she likes a little bit of it mixed in the barbecue sauce. And it's like, oh my fucking God, I figured this out. Because she never made that connection. And this was the connection I was trying to make. Because if I can figure out, like, what is the connective tissue behind everything she doesn't like, I can literally just predict what she's going to like before I fucking serve it to her. Because that was why I kept asking her all these questions about it. I want to be able to, when I make something, to know with confidence, yeah, McKay's gonna fucking love this. Food puzzle solved. Just such a... Holy hell, you're amazing. Thank you, thank you. I think that might be the reason I prefer Miracle Whip to Hellman's. Too sour. Ooh, I hadn't considered that. I have not bought whipped dressing in a while. I should get, like... I should buy whipped dressing instead of mayonnaise and then just take, like, a small bit of it off my finger and say, here, try that. Is that any different from mayonnaise? No, it would be the same because it does have a tang to it. Whiteboardless. Hey, don't do that. I did actually mix like some marinara sauce with like barbecue sauce, a little bit of mayo, like a fucking swirl of mustard, and then like some salt and some soy sauce. And I mixed it together and I tell him, okay, here, try this. It's like, there's way too much mustard in that. So I put some oregano in it and some garlic powder, mix that together, goes, here, try it now. It's like, holy shit, how'd you do that? I do not cook very complicated things. Like, I cook very simple meals. But apparently to McKay, it is like some of the best stuff she's ever tasted. I pull out all the stops when I'm cooking for the wife, and people say cooking isn't magic. It's literally chemistry. I did pork chops once, and like I seasoned them. You know, I just did some pretty general seasoning. You know, salts, garlic powder, basil, oregano, thyme, and a little bit of sage. And like McKay tried it. It was like, okay, this tastes like pork chops I had back in Rochester, but like way better. And I'm like, really? Yeah, it's like the taste is the same, but it's like 10 times stronger. I'm like, okay, how did your father ever make them? And the list of ingredients was almost all the same, except there was no salt. And I'm like, oh, you idiot. Because, like, salt doesn't just add, like, saltiness to something. Like, with meat in particular, like, because salt is acidic, it breaks the meat down in certain places and creates more openings for like for the sauce and the oil to sink in. Like if you're cooking anything with any kind of seasoning, you need an acid. Like salt, lemon juice, vinegar. I think soy sauce actually does count as an acid. I'm gonna cooking 101 with CD. Thank you. After getting the spices you recommended for the popcorn chicken, I use them as a baseline set of spices for chicken, and it's so good. Oh, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it like the best you've ever tasted? Okay, back to editing. And that just leads to what's often called a tolerable level of permanent unhappiness. As an adult, slowly and systematically having their prescience. Most people just go through life slowly and systematically having their passions smothered and pushed into what they should do versus what they want to do. And that just leads to what's often called a tolerable level of permanent unhappiness. As an adult, Taiko is reflecting on all of this, laughing at the silly things and mulling over the things that stood out as especially miserable. It's the first time she's really had to sit and think about her experiences as a child. It's focused on 5th grade, and she even wonders why it stands out to her. The conclusion the film comes to is that she's really had to sit and think about her experiences as a child. It's focused on 5th grade, and she even wonders why it stands out to her. The conclusion the film comes to is that it's the transitionary period of her life. The conclusion the film comes to is that it's the transitionary period of her life. This is highlighted in the scene where Taiko attends sex education and learns about periods. The boys are sent to go play baseball while the girls are taking this lesson. Now, even in the present day, there comes a problem of men just not understanding how menstruation works or being grossed out by it. It's not something I have a lot of experience with because when I was in school, we all took the same sex ed lessons. Hell, I grew up with a girl who overshared like crazy, so periods were practically rubbed in my face. Figuratively. You mean figuratively, right, CD? Sure. You mean figuratively, right, CD? Sure. You mean figuratively, right, CD? Sure. That delivery somehow makes it worse. Look, here's the kicker. Whenever anyone answers a yes or no question with sure,
You mean figuratively. You mean figuratively, right, CD? Sure. 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 In my face. You mean figuratively, right, CD? Sure. Sure. Right, CD? Sure. Anyway, since they were excluded from this lesson, the boys all find out about it secondhand and think some mysterious secondhand and think some mysterious malady has taken place and proceed to mock and bully the girls over it. Can't teach the boys about women's bodies, they might empathize with them too hard. Can't properly teach the boys about women's bodies, I mean they might empathize with them too hard and that would just be the death of patriarchal society. Ironically, the girls treat the boys' behavior, which escalates to straight-up sexual harassment, as if it's an act of God that's pointless to question. So the ire is directed toward the girl who told them how this works in the first place. They don't question the boys, but they shame the lone girl for what is perceived as disturbing the peace. This is another microcosm of the film in that patriarchy only actually has power when women conform to it. Almost every gain from women's rights has been won the instant women stop conforming to what is expected of them and start demanding better. Patriarchy often pressures women to stay home and mind the house, but if you just don't, then it doesn't really have a recourse. That's why there's so much pressure on girls early on to behave and not rock the boat, because they know this. One of the reasons Taiko loves the countryside so much is that it's often more easygoing. Life is different out there than it is in the city. This is often the case everywhere. The culture or customs of a given region can often be wildly different depending on where you are in that region. Oftentimes, the biggest city of a given country can act like its own isolated nation all on its own. Look at her, she's so happy and bright when she gets out to the farm. She is in her fucking element. Now, there's a moment where she's watching a girl beg her mother for new shoes to fit. There's a moment where she's watching a girl beg her mother for new shoes to fit in that flashes back to a similar argument regarding a purse. Taiko mostly gets hand-me-downs from her sisters, fostering resentment in her for getting everyone else's garbage, and her sisters for having to give away things that are sentimental to them. In this moment, Taiko is being unquestionably whiny. Taiko is being questionably whiny, but her sister is also just being an unrelenting bitch. Taiko is very obviously whining because she thinks it'll get her way, to the point she refuses to go on an outing over it, but when they call her bluff, she chases after them. However, walking outside without shoes on seems to be the point that her father finally wakes up because he cracks her across the face over, "Fucking hell, my dude, what is your damage?" Without shoes on seems to be the point that her father finally wakes up because he cracks her across the face over, "Fucking hell, my dude, what is your damage?" Ugh, CD, you can't judge that. Ugh, CD, you can't be judgmental about that. Huh? What are you talking about? In 19... Oh, God damn it.
Ooh.
Hello everyone in the chat. CD call Hammy. CD call Hamha.
Hello there. Thanks for subbing. Where did... Oh, there you are. Oh, yeah. I'm going to do first. She looks so fucking patronizing.
About that, huh? What are you talking about? About that, huh? CD, you can't be judgmental about. Ugh, CD, you can't be judgmental about that, huh? What are you talking about? Huh? What are you talking about? Huh? What are you talking about? Well, of course that doesn't make sense from a Western perspective. Oh, god damn it. In 1960s Tokyo, this was very serious misbehavior. Okay, Pixie. Okay, Pixie. Okay, Pixie. That's a problem for two reasons. Okay, Pixie. That's a problem for two reasons. Behavior. Okay, Pixie. That's a problem for two reasons. Ugh, CD, you can't be judgmental about that. Huh? Huh? What are you talking about? Well, of course. Huh? What are you talking about? Well, of course.
Man, I really put my whole soul into that. Oh, god damn it.
Well, of course that. Well, of course that doesn't make sense from a Western perspective. Oh, god damn. Oh, god damn it. In 1960s Tokyo.
This image in particular, God, this is like what arguing with girl senbei would be like.
In 1960s Tokyo.
Oh, god damn it.
In 1960s Tokyo, this was very serious misbehavior. Okay, Pixie, that's a problem for. Okay, Pixie, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem for two reasons. One, the film very clearly presents this as an objective negative. His other daughter and his wife are both mortified, and he hangs his head in shame at losing his temper with her. And His other daughter and his wife are both mortified, and he hangs his head in shame at losing his temper with her. And he's right to feel ashamed of himself for striking a child. And as stated by Taiko, this is the only time she was ever hit, indicating that he sincerely regrets his actions. Number 2, back in the 60s, North American parents also... back in the 60s, North American parents would also strike their children for really stupid, petty reasons that don't hold up to scrutiny. Parents hitting their children out of anger is a universal evil. Like, look, I think your mother... This isn't just a skit for the sake of making fun of Pixie either. I've had this exact evil. This isn't just a skit for the sake of making fun of Pixie either. I've had this exact same conversation with 3 different people. It's just something weebs do, often rushing to defend Japan from perceived criticism, even when that criticism is coming from inside the house. It's just something weebs do, often rushing to defend Japan from perceived criticism, even when that criticism is coming from inside the house. It's also just really weird having to have these conversations regarding Takahata's films, no less, which are often scathingly critical of this kind of patriarchal chauvinism. You know that, right? You know corporal punishment. You know that, right? Like, you know that, right? You know that, right? You know corporal punishment as a form of discipline is a patriarchal concept. I'm bigger, meaner, and uglier than you are, and if you don't behave, I will hurt you, is textbook insecure machismo. This isn't news. Bells should be ringing. People have tried to defend hitting kids as a form of discipline, but the truth is that it isn't rational. This is how it's portrayed with Taiko's father. He's getting increasingly annoyed with her whining and moaning, and then when the straw breaks the camel's back, he just lashes out. It's not even about the shoes, really. You can see that in the way he just stands there in shame. He's ashamed of himself for what he has done. This prioritizing of the parents' emotions over the well-being of their child is reinforced in the very next scene, where Taiko is reflecting on a bad test. Rather than just seeing that her child is struggling and needs help, her mother just sits there, silently sulking over the fact that her daughter has embarrassed her.
We did.
Seeing that her child is struggling and needs help, her mother just sits there, silently sulking over the fact that her daughter has embarrassed her. This is
Right. It's a frankly ridiculous stance to take. Yeah, it's, like I said, weebs learned about cultural relativism in high school, didn't understand the concept, and now they wield it as a cudgel.
Rather than just seeing that her child is her mother just sits there, where Taiko is reflecting on a bad test. Rather than just seeing that her child is struggling and needs help, her mother just sits there, silently sulking over the fact that her daughter has embarrassed her. This is something mediocre parents have been doing since the dawn of time. If your child randomly shows up with a bad grade, then that usually means they're struggling with the material and need help, or something else is going on that is taking their time and attention away from school. But resolving those things are hard and take work, and getting on your child's case for not applying themselves is the easier, faster, lazier option. It shunts the responsibility of parents onto the child themselves, or in the case of Taiko's mother, she shunts it onto Taiko's sister. And later on, when Taiko still doesn't get it and doesn't understand math, and later on when Taiko still doesn't just when Taiko still
And when she first started school.
Later on, when Taiko still doesn't get it, they're just shit-talking her. They're just shit-talking her and whining about all her perceived moral failings, because it's easier. There's been some discourse about Taiko being neurodivergent, but even that is just falling into... There's been some discourse about Taiko being neurodivergent, but even that is just falling into the same trap. Blaming neurodivergence because it's a convenient excuse to throw up your hands and say, not my problem. If she was neurodivergent, those two things are still the only real solution, and you're avoiding them. You can see how Taiko is learning from her parents and sisters to abandon things when they get hard. She throws up her hands about learning fractions and says, well, I don't get it, so nyeh. In the end, the reason Taiko is reflecting on her childhood is because this vacation out to the farm is her living a childhood fantasy about going to the countryside. When the family she's staying with starts talking about her staying
Bringing out my psych degree for this one.
permanently, Taiko flees and reflects on how she's really just playing pretend. She's not struggling with the harsh realities of living out here in the countryside, like the people who actually live there. It's yet another instance of being talked about as if she isn't there, something her family did to her, something she has done to others. Her last reflection is about a boy she hated and held in contempt, and yet she did so silently, and yet she did so silently and behind his back, and yet she in contempt, and yet she did so silently and behind his back. The end result was that this boy went out of his way to try and impress her, something she never picked up on. After an entire film of Taiko reflecting on the people who hurt her, she has to reflect on how she was that same influence in someone else's story, someone else whose story we will never truly get to see. Taiko is reflecting on her childhood in Tokyo and romanticizing the countryside as this peaceful, idyllic life, but those people are living their own lives too. She sees young girls who are just like she was. She's prompted on one of her flashbacks by seeing a girl who is just the same as she was. It brings to mind that we can never truly know what someone is like or they're struggling with just by viewing them from the outside. I found myself getting completely absorbed in Taiko's struggles throughout the film. Every time her parents stomped on another...
God, like... And this image is fucking perfect! I'm just loving the energy here.
Myself getting completely absorbed in Taiko's struggles throughout the film. Every time her parents stomped on another passion, every time her sister sabotaged her, every time Taiko thought back to a childhood memory that she still to this day does not have an explanation for, I was on the edge of my seat. Only Yesterday is an unusual film because it doesn't have a grander theme other than that life sucks. It follows the life of a not a theme other than that childhood memory that she still to this day does not have an explanation for, I was on the edge of my seat. Only Yesterday is an unusual film because it doesn't have a grander theme other than that life sucks. It follows the life of a not especially interesting woman reflecting on the mundane frustrations of her mundane childhood. If you showed this to someone whose favorite Ghibli film was Princess Mononoke, they'd probably be confused as to why it's supposed to be good. But what I think stands out about it is that Taiko doesn't need to be special to be worth telling a story about. She doesn't need to go on a grand adventure or suffer in war or beat cops with her reproductive organs or be a child grooming victim from the moon. She doesn't need to go on a grand adventure or suffer in war or beat cops to death with her reproductive organs or be a child grooming victim beat cops to death with her reproductive organs or be a child grooming victim from the moon to have her story told. Reminds me of the painting of The Lace Maker. Johannes Vermeer painting a girl just making lace. An ordinary the painting told. Johannes Reminds me of the painting of The Lace Maker, Johannes Vermeer painting a girl just making lace. An ordinary woman doing an ordinary job, but being worth painting regardless. Only Yesterday has been my favorite Ghibli film for almost a decade, but the last 2 years have made it especially resonant with me. Painting regardless. Only Yesterday has been my favorite Ghibli film for almost a decade, but oh, hey, Lolo! I recently acquired an old journal. The last 2 years have made it especially resonant with me. I recently reacquired an old journal that I had kept between 2006 and 2011, documenting some of the worst things to ever happen to me. And in rereading it, it feels like being reintroduced to myself. I recently reacquired an old journal between 2006 and 2011, documenting some of the worst things to ever happen to me. And in rereading it, it feels like being reintroduced to myself, a version of myself that I've thrown no shortage of scorn onto, trying as hard as he can to cope with things that no 14-year-old should be asked to cope with. And it's in rereading this journal, and even rewatching this film, that I realize maybe my 14-year-old self doesn't need another person to tell him he's not trying hard enough. Maybe what he needs is just someone to help clean the cuts on his back.
That's a really somber note to end on. Anyway, here's a Bo Burnham song.
It's back.
Good girl in a straw hat with her arms out in a cornfield. That is a scarecrow. Thought it was a human woman. Sorry. A cold night, a cold beer, a cold jeans. Strike that last one.
God, the Infinite Secrets really does hit hard. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should change the music on this one.
Face. You mean figuratively, right, CD? Sure. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, Lolo, I don't know if you saw this bit when I posted the script, but...
It's not something I have a lot of experience with, because when I was in school, we all took the same sex ed lessons. Hell, I grew up with a girl who overshared like crazy, so periods are practically rubbed in my face. You mean figuratively, right, CD? Sure. Anyway, since they were excluded from... Ugh, CD, you can't be judgmental about that. Huh? What are you talking about? Well, of course that doesn't make sense from a Western perspective.
Oh, God damn it.
In 1960s Tokyo, this was very serious misbehavior.
Okay, Pixie.
That's a problem for two reasons. One, that's a problem for two reasons.
Okay, Pixie.
That's a problem for two reasons.
Man, I just noticed I'm really good at just conveying exhausted contempt. Oh, God damn it. Okay, Pixie. That's a problem for two reasons.
Often rushing to defend Japan from perceived criticism, where Taiko is reflecting on a bad...
Yeah, this is a long one. Let's see, 2150 to 3253. Okay, so about 11 minutes. Where is Kaguya? There you are. 4259. 53:41. Okay, yeah, those are both about 11 minutes. Your mood is, I'm not getting paid enough for this shit. On the one hand, something more appropriate. On the other hand, being slapped in the face with a wet fish by a Bo Burnham song. Needs is just someone to help clean the cuts on his back.
Good girl in a straw hat with her arms.
God, you know what would be really effective here? Maybe what he needs is just someone to help clean the cuts on his back. Like, what if I just made it quiet? Ooh, yes. Okay, first things first, the thing finally expired, so I gotta put the Totoro thing, and I gotta get my tea again! God damn it! Oh. Getting everything, fuck me! Fucking pedal is cold again! This is what trying to make tea with ADHD is like! Ugh! My Neighbor Totoro is my My Neighbor Totoro, not to be confused with My Neighbor Toronto, made by Pixar in the 2010s. Or was it the 2020s? I have no fucking idea. Do 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 da 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 na na. Okay, so here's the thing. I have this weird compulsion when I finally get to the ranking and I'm rapidly going like number 24. I feel like I kind of want to pervert the titles of these. Like number 20, My Neighbor Toronto. It's like number 19, The Moaning Turtle. It's like number 17, My Neighbor's the Yakuza. Number 7, Your Spirit is Gay. Number 24, The Budget Rises. Nauseous of the Valley of the Wind. Dude, it's gonna be so fun. Okay, hang on. Like, I've got to actually think of that many. Like, okay, if I can think of all of them. Nauseous of the Valley of the Wind. Firefly in the Sky. Grave of the Fired Guys. My Neighbor Toronto. Let's see. Kinky's Gig Economy. yesterday's leftovers. On pogo stick. Whispers in the dark. Hyper's the Yakuza. Cat regurgitates. Al's moving nipple tassels. Ah, I've only got. Okay, at the moment, I've only got one pun for Ponyo, and it's very much not appropriate. Oh. Onion, there we go. Onion. Tale of Princess Kabuto. The visual has got to be a still image of Kabutops in a tiara. I don't know if I'm gonna go that far. I need one for when Marty was there. When Marley was me. Oh, fucking hell. All right, I got all of them. Oh my god. All right, that works. All right, I guess we're doing it.
My Neighbor Totoro is probably Ghibli's strangest film, shortcut and meadow that our neighborhood had to offer. It's not something Zoomers or projective freaks of nature who wouldn't let them out unsupervised until they were 16. Man, Gen X really just ruined childhood, huh? Much of the film is about the two sisters just exploring, experiencing life on dopamine generation, bonding with furry creatures, and occasionally writing to their mother. As a case of diabetes, this really starts to come to a head as there's the very real possibility that these girls might lose their mother. Oh, and bear in mind, when it first came out, this movie was a double feature with Grave of the Fireflies, so the idea that a Ghibli film would not make two children lose their mother because that's too dark had been thoroughly shattered an hour and a half ago. It's not the plot that the film is built necessary for any cake. And that's really it. Like, that's all I have. I don't have anything else. That's it. It's fucking Totoro. Like, there's no secret meaning or hidden truth or any of that shit fandom likes to cook up. The mother doesn't even die. She comes home at the end happily ever after. I genuinely have nothing else to say, and there's more films like that to come, too.
At Whimsy's house. At Whimsy's house. At Whimsy's house. At Whimsy's house. At Whimsy's house.
Kiki's Delivery Service is what's called a coming-of-age film. Only Yesterday is the second film directed by Isao Takahata and follows the life of Taiko, a woman who gets a 10-day vacation from work to take a trip out to the countryside. While she's... Okay, so... Only Yesterday... Piano! Piano me, baby! Well, I'm pretty sure this isn't AI, so... Because I can literally see the guy's hands playing it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you were there when I posted about that. I made a series of images for Discord based off a just horrid experience I had with YouTube search. Here, let me show you. Toss me a piano cover of Keith. It's like I'm not gonna read out the whole thing because there's words in here I really should not read out. Only Yesterday is my favorite Ghibli film. I wouldn't call it the best, it's a close second though, but it is my favorite. Only Yesterday is the second film directed by Isao Takahata and follows the life of Taiko, a woman who gets a 10-day vacation from work to take a trip out to the... A woman who gets a 10-day vacation from... I'm not actually going to use this image. I just need to borrow you for the font color. Do 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 do. Ooh, there we go. Blends perfect. Yeah, it's like I had to tell somebody when I was like, I'm looking for a piano cover of music from Kiki's Livery Service, and I get fucking flashbanged by AI crap. Weirdly pervy AI crap. Only Yesterday is my favorite Ghibli film. I wouldn't call it the best, it's a close second though, but it is my favorite. Only Yesterday is the second film directed by Isao Takahata and follows the life. Compared to something like Grave of the Fireflies or Princess Kaguya, and these constant, unending, mundane frustrations contribute to that in a form of death by a thousand cuts. But it's always something that doesn't get talked about because people always point to bigger, more critical, immediate Taiko has a love of the countryside and spends her vacation time on a farm helping out. Given that she lives in the city and works a stifling and suffocating office job, getting out into fresh air and physical work would certainly sound like a vacation. The film focuses a lot on the mundane frustrations of a young girl growing up in a very stifling and suffocating environment. Not unfamiliar to anyone who grew up in the 1960s in Japan, or America, or the UK, or Canada, or France. There's a particular moment that showcases the entire film in microcosm, where Taiko and her family get very excited at the prospect of getting to try pineapple, but when they finally figure out how to cut it and serve it, they realize that pineapple doesn't taste as good as they thought it would. It's rather extended and drawn out to capture the disappointment of something you were excited for turning out to be a letdown. Also, is that a table with blankets attached to it? That's fucking genius! Another scene later shows Taiko being very proud of herself for writing a really good essay in school, only for her mother to bemoan that she didn't eat her lunch, wishing she was a girl who did what she was told rather than make academic achievement. Wow, fuck you too, lady. It's a very subtle form of childhood misogyny, downplaying the things a girl does while pressuring her to conform to what a good girl should be. It's not lost on Taiko either, as she can see how quickly her mother's pride in her vanishes the instant she does something that isn't her fault. Yet this remark about her being a picky eater comes after the her and whining about all her perceived moral failings, because it's easier. There's been some I recently reacquired or be a child grooming victim from the moon to have her story told. Reminds me of the painting of the lace maker
There we go. It's all coming together. I'm filling in those last gaps. Like I can really just start stitching all of these disparate sections together.
Bags in his van. Bags in his van. Bags in his van.
His house.
I'm excited to see what Only Yesterday is like. I could have sworn you watched it with us.
Last one. Like that last one.
Porco Rosso is Casablanca meets Top Gun meets Laserpig. Now, if you're a connoisseur of film, that sounds like the worst idea in the world. And it is. If someone pitched that to me, I'd shoot them. So why is Porco...
If someone pitched that to me, I'd shoot them.
Oh, right. Okay, so Ocean Waves is between Porco Rosso and Pompoko. So I can just click this right into place.
So can we?
Pompoko was directed by Isao Takahata and really established... Pompoko was directed by Isao Takahata and really establishes the themes of Takahata's films, which is to look at Tokyo and say, I hate you and I hope you die. You can really feel him. What do you mean that's too inappropriate for a children's film? They all have their balls out, Isao. All-out war breaks out as the raccoons attack and destroy... But the fact of the matter... Whisper of the Heart is one of the Whisper of the Heart is one of the Girlhood 5. What the fuck is that? Good question. There's a grouping of about 5 films from Ghibli that all take place in conventional suburbia and lack the whimsical fantasy or harsh and grueling themes of the usual Ghibli fare, and they're almost entirely about grouping of about 5 films from Ghibli that question. There's a grouping of about There's a grouping of about 5... Good question. There's a grouping of about 5 films from Ghibli that all take place in conventional suburbia and lack the whimsical fantasy or harsh and grueling themes of the usual Ghibli fare, and they're almost entirely about young women dealing with issues of growing up, their identity, and the tumultuous world of growing up, their identity, and the tumultuous world of romance. I feel like for most Ghibli fans who haven't already seen all of them, these can be the hardest to recommend. Pop culture has already decided that teenage girls are the most annoying thing ever, and if you aren't willing to empathize with teenage girls, you're in for a frustrating time with what looks like, on the surface, to be... Pop culture has already decided that teenage girls are the most annoying thing ever, and if you aren't willing to empathize with teenage girls, you're in for a frustrating time with what looks like, on the surface, to be a story about dumb kids with their dumb kid problems. Personally, I find your ability to empathize with kids like this depends on how bad your childhood was. Like, the worse it was, the easier it is to empathize with, or the worse it was, the easier how bad your childhood was. Like, the worse it was, the easier was, like, the worse it was, the easier it is to empathize with their rather tame struggles. The poster for Whisper the Heart may suggest this film was a flight of fancy, but in fact, this is not the case. The film follows... oh, what the fuck was her name again? Fuck was her name again? The film... Shizuku. Sometimes I find the names of anime characters to be hard to remember because so many of them are spelled and pronounced similarly. It makes me wonder if people in non-English speaking countries feel the same about the fact that there are 70 different ways to spell Michaela. Speaking countries feel the same about the fact that there are 70 different ways to spell Michaela. The film...
Oh, Christ. That's not even the full list. That's just 44 of them. Like... these kind of names are called tragedies, but, like, spelled Tragdeigh. Very conceivable way is every conceivable way of spelling it a valid spelling. Holy hell. Yep, this is like... look, this is why nobody can spell Michaela's name correct. Because the first one, the proper one, everybody knows a Michaela, and everybody knows one that's spelled differently. This one that's like third down on the second column, like that's just Machala. Like your name, you gave your kid an original character Do Not Steal Black Panther name. If I ever meet anyone, I need to just pronounce these things the way they're spelled. Like Michaela, Machila, Michaela. Oh wait, Michaela, 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 Michaela. It's Michaela. Michaela. Makele. Machala. 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 Macala.
My Kayla. Mikola. Fucking hell. 70 different ways to spell Michaela. The film follows Shizuku, a lonely shut-in who spends all of her... Oh, fuck me, what did I do? The film follows Shizuku, a lonely shut-in who spends all of her time checking out books and reading them cover to cover before rushing back to the library to check out even more, like the exact opposite of a Potterhead. Over the course of the story, she becomes fixated on a boy who keeps checking these books out before she can, who turns out to be a guy who keeps giving her grief over... who turns out to be a guy who is giving her grief much to her intense dismay. Throughout the film, Shizuku gets roped into a love lightning bolt. Throughout the film, Shizuku gets roped into a love lightning bolt about a guy who likes her friend, who likes another guy, who likes Shizuku, who likes a completely different guy. This should have been the plot of the film. Okay, but put the brakes on everything. That should have been the plot of the film. Okay, but put the brakes on everything. That should have been the whole plot of the film. That is fucking wild. I want to see how that works. Okay, but put... She's also working on rewriting the lyrics to the song Take Me Home Country Roads, which plays so many damn times throughout the film. When I first played this movie, it was actually set to Japanese, and I didn't realize that because the film opens with Country Roads on both versions, which made me ask several fucking questions. That wasn't something in the dub? The movie's just like that? Anyway, about 2/3 of the way through the film, the main plot actually starts, with Shizuku being anxious over the fact that she's about to step into high school without knowing what she wants to do with her life. This is not helped by the fact that her love interest, Seiji, knows exactly what he wants to do and is taking big steps in his life to make it happen. This is not helped by the fact that her love interest, Seiji, knows exactly what he wants to do and is taking big steps in his life to make it happen. This leaves Shizuku feeling rather inert, and thus begins the inevitable downward cycle of hating herself for not doing anything, and then not doing anything, 20 go to 10. Eventually, Shizuku settles on writing a book about a statue of a cat she saw in an antique shop belonging to Seiji's grandfather. She spends night and day for weeks working on it. Until finally her draft is complete. But she's extremely skittish about showing it to anyone, and she actually breaks down when Seiji's grandfather says it's good because, being the author, she can see the flaws plainly and is really insecure about them. Boy, the timing on this was great. I'm currently in the midst of writing my own book, and let me tell you, the brain gremlins are kicking my ass on that one. Whisper of the Heart is a film I was actually quite disliking in the first half. It's slow-paced and little of note happens, but once it reaches the halfway mark, Shizuku starts bonding with Seiji, and she starts exploring a career in writing, is when a lot of the more interesting things start happening. Shizuku's story is very compelling, even for me, wading into my 30s. When you're a child, the question of what you want to do with the rest of your life is a very grim existential question, and when you're young, it feels like you only get one shot at it. The younger you are, the harder it is to really get a scope of what adult life looks like. Look at how many people in their 20s act like their 30s approaching as some kind of end point for life, where you officially become old trademark, only to turn 30 and realize, oh, wait, this isn't all that different, huh? Shizuku's fears are irrational, but they are genuinely held, and this bleeds into her writing, and the fear that she's not good enough because that fear of not being good enough was why she was so inert in the first place. What if I make the wrong decision and I can't take it back? I really enjoyed Shizuku's story, which is a big turnaround.
where I was about ready to give this film a D in the first half, but it really but it really pulled through. I was about ready to give this film a D in the first half, but it really pulled through. That being said, and this is certainly a case of time not being kind to the film, I just fucking can't. I just fucking can't take the drama around Country Road seriously. It just makes me laugh because this song has been made into a meme. And that's it. That's my only real complaint about the movie. Seriously, give this one a try. It's seriously underrated. Underrated.
Country gnomes, take my boat.
Oh, of fucking course there is. Okay, hang on. I search Whisper of the Heart piano. The first one is Take Me Home Country Roads. I've got to. Why is it Country Roads? I don't understand.
Whisper of the Heart is one. Whisper of the Heart is one of the Whisper of the Heart is one of the Girlhood 5. What the fuck is that? Good question. There's a grouping of about 5 films from Ghibli that all take place in conventional suburbia and lack the whimsical fantasy or harsh and grueling themes of the usual Ghibli fare. And they're almost entirely about young women dealing with issues of growing up, their identity, and the tumultuous world of romance. I feel like for most Ghibli fans who haven't already seen all of them, these can be the hardest to recommend. Pop culture has already decided that teenage girls are the most annoying thing ever, and if you aren't willing to empathize with teenage girls, you're in for a frustrating time with what looks like, on the surface, to be a story about dumb kids with their dumb kid problems. Personally, I find your ability to empathize with kids like this depends on how bad your childhood was. Like, the worse it was, the easier it is to empathize with their rather tame struggles. The poster for Whisper of the Heart may suggest this film was a flop. And that's it. That's my only real complaint about the movie. Seriously, give this one a try. It's seriously underrated.
Country gnomes, take my bones to a place they don't belong, West Virginia.
Curse pajamas. Just do a redub of that whole movie where the only difference is when they actually sing Country Roads, it's just Country Gnomes. Curse pajamas, take me home, Country Gnomes. Country gnomes, take my bones. to a place they don't belong. Virginia, cursed pajamas. I love your humor. Really. Oh, that's tiny. Oh, now that's a fucking title logo. Cursed pajamas. Whisper of the Heart is one of the Girlhood Five. What the fuck is that? Good question. There's a grouping of about 5. Okay. Good. And we put another marker so I remember where the fuck you actually are. Oh, it's all coming together. Oh god, it's just so satisfying to just clip them all together. It's like building, you know what it's like? It's like building the different sections of like a Lego build separately, and then you finally get to just oh, that feels good. Before I started doing YouTube, I didn't think editing could be an act of stimming, but apparently here we are. Oh boy, here's one I've been dreading. Oh boy, here's one I've been dreading. I mentioned in Kiki that there are several films that are held up as sacred cows by Ghibli fans, and Mononoke may as well be the damn poster child for that one. Criticizing Mononoke is like criticizing Avatar or The Empire Strikes Back or The Burning Crusade. The reason for this is that Mononoke, unlike every other Ghibli film, is pitched right at the sensibilities of weebs. It's bloody, it's gory, it's filled with action scenes, and the plot is a carbon copy of Nausicaa, but given a Shinto coat of paint with a male lead. You could sit it right beside Inuyasha or Demon Slayer and very few people would notice. In fact, were it not for its reputation, I imagine this would be as much of an oddball film for Miyazaki as My Neighbors the Yamadas was for Takahata. All in all, this makes coming into it as someone who liked Nausicaa way more, and is generally disinterested in action rather nerve-wracking. Rather nerve-wracking, because I'm gonna get some fucking letters about this one, because I just know I'm gonna get some because I just know I'm gonna get some fucking letters about this one. Nerve-wracking, because I just know I'm gonna get some fucking letters about this one. Anyway, Princess Mononoke is about Ashitaka, a hunter in a forest village that gets attacked by a demon, but he gets struck by it and impregnated with demon jizz. His village banishes him and sends him to go and fight the evil in the West. He's given a special dagger by Kaya, who is his fiancée in the original version and his sister in the English version, and apparently nobody on the dubbing team knows when that change was made. I see you, script editor on the dubbing team. I know what you are. I see you. Country gnomes, take my bones to a place they don't belong. Country gnomes, take my bones to a place they don't belong. Hey, I see you, script editor on the dubbing team. I know what you are. On the dubbing team, I know what you are. English version, and apparently nobody on the dubbing team knows when that change was made. I see you, script editor on the dubbing team. I know what you are. He ventures out into civilization to find answers about a ball of iron found inside the demon, and discovers that a massive war is going on between the evil empire, for there are no good empires, and the spirits of the forest. And the spirits of the forest, a wolf matriarch and her children. And the spirits of the empires, and the spirits of the forest, a wolf matriarch and her children, one of which is conspicuously human. Anyway, once the man arrives in St. Ives, he meets a lady with 20 wives. Anyway, the man arrived in St. Ives, he met a lady with 20 wives. Conspicuously human. Anyway, once the man arrived in St. Ives, he met St. Ives, he met a lady with 20 wives. Anyway, once the man arrived in St. Ives, he met a lady with 20 wives. Oh, yeah, here's something fun. Come on. There we are. Okay, so. This is the lead villain of the film. Now, who does this look like to you? Azula. Yes. Yes. It in fact does look very much like Azula. But, you know, like, more manic and with an Electra complex. Jesus, you were kidding, see?
Arrived in St. Ives, he met a lady with 20 wives. Let's use this show instead. In St. Ives, he met a lady with 20 wives. The 20 wives work in the iron smelters, turning iron sand into metal, which is used to make weapons and trade for food. The lady, her name's Boshi, goes around buying up the contracts of prostitutes and turns them into miners. It turns out they were the ones who shot the boar. Because they were clearing out the forest to get more iron, which angered the boar gods, and then Lady Eboshi showed up and Boshi Indiana Jones. Country gnomes, take my bones. Boar gods, and then Lady Eboshi showed up and Lady Eboshi is an industrious woman with aspirations to rule the world, but differs from other megalomaniacs because she minds her fucking manners.
Nothing's for so.
Quiet out there. We
Know what rage feels.
And do you think we
Asked you to figure it out. They're not for me. They're for the other women here. I'm sorry to have to push you all so hard. I'll have wine sent down later.
Ooh, that'll be nice.
Manners.
I'm sorry to have to...
Manners.
I'm sorry to have to push you all so hard. I'll have wine sent down later.
Ooh, that'll be nice.
Manners.
I'm sorry to have to push you all so hard. I'll have wine sent down later.
Ooh, that'll be nice.
Take my leaves. See y'all. Don't touch my leaves. See ya.
I'm sorry to push. Yeah, they're gunning, lol. Yeah, they're gunning, lol. Yeah, they're gunning. They're gunning. Hard for you to find Lady Eboshi sympathetic. Yeah, they're gunning. Really hard for you to find Lady Eboshi sympathetic by drowning you in all the nice things she does for people. Trying to make a point about how she's careless in her single-minded quest for human prosperity. This is a recurring issue in Ghibli's films about the destruction of nature that, the humans aren't malicious, they just need the room. The problem is that the destruction of the environment in real life doesn't work that way. The problem is that the destruction of the environment in real life doesn't work that way. The environment is being destroyed by an extremely small minority of an extremely small minority of people for the sake of profit. It's actually extremely easy for humans to live without destroying the environment. But instead, we sprawl our cities out inefficiently over vast amounts of land to create dependency on car companies. We burn fossil fuels instead of green and renewable energy because doing so would eliminate energy scarcity and make energy free, and energy companies don't like that. Energy companies don't like that. Energy companies don't like that. And we waste energy and water on thirsty data centers so media and tech companies can hoard more wealth for themselves and fire all their human workers. This is always the problem with trying to make sympathetic villains. Their real-life counterparts just aren't. At all. Just aren't. At all. On the flip side is San, a woman who was raised by the wolf gods and has a burning desire to see humans driven from the forest, preferably in body bags. And she bites, like a lot. Body bags. And she bites.
What are you doing?
Fear and anger only make
What do you think you're doing, boy?
Stay your hand. The girl's life is now mine.
Driven from the forest, preferably in body bags. And she bites. Like a lot. A lot. And she bites. Like a lot. Turns out there's discord among the spirits of the forest. The apes want to eat Ashitaka and steal his strength. The boars have given up on life and are just going to Loktar their way into a glorious death. And while the wolves keep trying to convince everyone to fight smarter, not harder. Hence why San keeps going right to a Boshi every time she shows up. Ashitaka is caught in the middle. Ashitaka is caught in the middle of the conflict between the humans and the spirits, and unfortunately, he's a filthy pacifist who takes advantage of the inhuman strength, He's a filthy pacifist who takes advantage of the inhuman strength the demon's curse gives him to get in the way and cockblock any fight that might happen, both literally and metaphorically. And metaphorically. At one point, Ashitaka asks Moro, the god of the wolves, why the humans and the animals of the forest can't live together in harmony. Of course, the answer is because the humans aren't fucking interested in it. So here's where we run into the problem. And granted, this isn't unique to Mononoke, so here's where we run into the problem. And granted, this isn't unique to Mononoke. This is a story where one side has very genuine grievances, and the other side is a power-cloying pack of selfish bastards setting fire to the very environment they need to live. Hell, most of them are only out there in the first place because the Emperor is forcing them to, because he thinks taking the head of the forest spirit will make them live forever. And our protagonist is right in the middle, blaming the war on vague, nebulous hatred. It's almost like Ashitaka showed up to the wrong movie. Like, honestly, it really feels like Ashitaka showed up to the wrong fucking movie. I'd have expected to see him in a WoW expansion whining about togetherness like Anduin or Arator. This attitude just, it doesn't work. You can't take a very clearly one-sided conflict and behave as if it's a two-sided conflict with evil on both sides. And yet so many stories keep trying to do it, and I don't fucking know why. Wouldn't dealing with the actual source of the conflict be smarter and more interesting? Look, Nausicaa didn't have this problem because the Ohm weren't sapient creatures. They're insects who minded their own business until humans tried to kill them or burn the jungle, at which point they would swarm, die, and spread the jungle. Swarm, die, and spread the jungle. And spread the jungle. The humans' only options are stay out of the jungle or die, and the conflict is about them being too stupid and arrogant to respect nature. This aspect of Nausicaa does show This aspect of Nausicaa does show up in Mononoke at the very end, when the forest spirit has its head taken and turns into a giant rampaging beast of death. And arrogant to respect nature. This aspect of Nausicaa does show up in Mononoke at the very end, when the forest spirit has its head taken and turns into a giant rampaging beast of death as it searches to get it back, and they realize the forest itself was not to be fucked with. But that's really it. Mononoke trying to both sides the same issue is simply an Mononoke trying to both sides the same issue is simply an objective down.
Oh my god! I have to show you this without context. Oh my god! I fucking love these two. Orchid and Lilium quickly shot like after the Foxy catch. I think Orchid and Lilium are making a gut for like my favorite characters. I love to see you in despair, my darling. I love to see you in despair, my darling. Oh my god. Oh fucking hell. Oh my god. Oh god, what a thing to refresh the page to. Which comic is this panel from? Oh. It's from what I think YouTube will clap me if I show it on stream. Oh wait, I can just leave a link. I'm so much. They are amazing. Yeah. God's the punchline after the first hilarious one you showed earlier. I love it. God. For an actual question. Oh my god.
Mononoke trying to both sides the same issue is simply an objective downgrade. This isn't a Crips versus Blood gang war between humans and nature that's causing the planet to die. We are, and we are the only ones doing it. And we don't have to. The way Ashitaka inserts himself into this conflict, the only ones doing it, and we don't have to. The way Ashitaka inserts himself into this conflict, spouting platitudes like an idiot, and surviving purely by the power of shonen, protagonist. Oh, I'm sorry, the demon's curse. Takes what could have been a very interesting story on the same level as Nausicaa and turns it into a tirade of sanctimonious warbling. Hey, we're gonna make a film that's bloodier than our usual fare. Now let's have the lead character hate fighting. It's just so cliche. Oh, also, Ashitaka falls in love with San at some point. Not sure exactly where that happens, but speaking of things that are unusually cliche, there's another one too. Like, aren't you already engaged? Or not, depending on the language? Possibly not, depending on the language? Engaged? Or not, depending on the language? Or not, depending on the language? Maybe I would like Mononoke better if I'd seen it as a child and if I hadn't already... Or not, depending on the language. Maybe I would like Mononoke better if I'd seen it as a child and if I hadn't already seen Nausicaa at the same time. Hell, going into this, I expected to give it an A and point out how Nausicaa simply did it better, but my opinion of it worsens now I've seen it and see how much it's working from a cheat sheet. Also, one last thing, but it's weird hearing Tara Strong in this. Also, one last thing. It's really... Also... But it's really weird hearing Tara Strong in this. It feels like she just dropped off the face of the earth a few years back. Anyway, Mononoke is certainly a fine movie if the pacifist trying to mediate a one-sided conflict doesn't already make your eyes roll out of your skull. But it is drastically overhyped. I've heard people call this the greatest animated movie. Drastically overhyped. I've heard people call this the greatest animated movie ever made, and frankly, that's not even fucking close. That title belongs to a different Ghibli film, and there are other Ghibli films in between it. Anyway, moving along. There are no rules, no restrictions, and no strife. Take my advice, just sit back, relax, and enjoy your afterlife. Long.
Oh, I don't really care what your arms are for. More money on defense, fuck hospitals. Fuck human beings, fuck humanity. Fuck human beings, fuck humanity. Fuck human beings, fuck humanity. Fuck human beings, fuck humanity.
Why are you giving it a B, though? What do you mean? Well, Lolo, if I give it a D, I'm gonna get fucking eviscerated.
Oh boy, here's one I've been dreading. I mentioned in Kiki that there are several films that are held up as sacred cows by Ghibli fans, and Mononoke may as well be the damn poster child for that one. Criticizing Mononoke is like criticizing Avatar or The Empire Strikes Back or The Burning Crusade. The reason for this is that Mononoke, unlike every other Ghibli film, is pitched right at the sensibilities of weebs. It's bloody, it's gory, it's filled with action scenes, and the plot is a carbon copy of Nausicaa, but given a Shinto coat of paint with a male lead. You could sit it right beside Inuyasha or Demon Slayer and very few people would notice. In fact, were it not for its reputation, I imagine this would be as much of an oddball film for Miyazaki as My Neighbors the Yamadas was for Takahata. All in all, this makes coming into it as someone who liked Nausicaa way more and is generally disinterested in action rather nerve-wracking, because I just know I'm gonna get some fucking letters about this one. Anyway, Princess Mononoke is about Ashitaka, a hunter in a forest village that gets attacked by a demon, but he gets struck by it and impregnated with demon jizz. His village banishes him and sends him to go and fight the evil in the west. He's given a special dagger by Kaya, who is his fiancée in the original version and his sister in the English version, and apparently nobody on the dubbing team knows when that changed. So yeah, this is what I basically gave for Mononoke. Beautiful animation, and if you know anything about me, you know that's damning by faint praise. I'm glad all the pseudo-intellectual warbling from Ashitaka about San belonging in the human world wasn't validated in the end. Without this movie, Azula would not exist and the world would be worse off. Negatives. The plot is a beat-for-beat copy of Nausicaa, The Valley of the Wind, only executed far less gracefully. Ashitaka is the most wet blanket of wet blanket protagonists I've ever seen. The movie could have been done without him. Ashitaka just gave away the memento his sister gave him. Bro, that's fucking cold as shit. Okay. Oh boy, here's one I've been dreading. I mentioned in Kiki that there are several films that are held up as sacred cows by Ghibli fans, and Mononoke may as well be the damn poster child for that one. Criticizing Mononoke is like criticizing Avatar or The Empire Strikes Back or The Burning Crusade. The reason for this is that Mononoke... Okay, now... Now I can move this big fuck off one over.
Fuck humanity.
Child labor's back in a big way. Child labor in the totally not evil USA. Hey, kids, if you know what's good, you'll sacrifice your childhood to save the economy with child labor.
The Cat Returns is a pseudo-sequel to Whisper of the Heart, and is to date the only sequel that Ghibli has made so far. I say pseudo-sequel because it's actually a book being written by Shizuku, presumably as part of a series based on what she wrote as a kid. The film is about Haru, a bumbling, clumsy high school girl who saves the life of a magic cat from being hit by a truck and, as a reward, is forcibly married to it. And, as a reward, is cat from being hit by a truck and, as a reward, is forcibly engaged to him and whisked away to the land of talking magical bipedal cats. If this were made in the 2020s, that truck would have absolutely smeared her ass across the pavement and yeeted her soul into Cat Narnia. I think Haru might be my favorite Ghibli protagonist. She's very goofy. This was one of the last films I watched, and I found a lot of their protagonists were starting to bleed together after a while. But Haru, with her fucking deer in the headlights look and general bumbling foolishness, was just such a breath of fresh air. Haru eating shit on the pavement, 1530. Deer in the headlights look and general bumbling foolishness was just such a breath of fresh air. Haru eating shit on the pavement, 1530.
In the past, I've often slagged off protagonists for whom it feels like the plot howling foolishness was just such a breath of fresh air. Okay, the dialogue channel is off. Which one is it? Fresh air. What's this channel? Oh, just more music. In the past, I've often slagged off protagonists for whom it feels like the plot happens at them rather than being an active participant. But let's be honest, if you had an entire royal procession of talking cats showing up outside your house, you just go along with it too. The best part is when one of the cats offers to bring her to the kingdom of cats and marry the prince she saved. She says, maybe she'd fit in better as a cat. Girl, maybe she'd fit in better as a cat. Girl, maybe she cats and marry the prince she saved. She says, maybe she saved marry the prince she the prince. She says, she fitted in better as a cat. Girl, you would not. You're as graceful as a house of cards and a tumble dryer. Cat. Girl, you would not. You're as graceful as a house of cards and a tumble dryer. 1847. Oops.
I didn't agree to that. Hey, wait! Hey, wait! Ow. Oh, that hurt.
Prior.
No, I didn't agree to that. No, I didn't agree to that. Hey, wait! Ow. Oh, that hurt.
Haru decides to get Hap from the Cat Bureau because of fucking course there's a cat.
1847. Fucking course there's a cat bureau, where the Baron from Whisper of the Heart helps her navigate the tumultuous world of Cat Kingdom politics. And the whole movie is just nonsense upon nonsense upon nonsense. Like, she tries to get out of the wedding by pointing out she's not a cat, and they just fucking turn... Someone fucking dies on nonsense. Like, she tries to get on nonsense. Like, she tries to get out of the wedding by pointing out she's not a cat, and they... and they just fucking turn her into a cat. Someone fucking dies halfway through the film, and they just move on. And just comes back with that second thought. Move on, and then he just comes back. Move on, and then move on, and then he just comes back with that second thought. But Haru's still fucking losing it. But Haru's still fucking losing it. She's constantly trying to explain that she can't be with a cat, but then she dances with the Baron and instantly starts developing a thing for him, like the useless little gremlin she is. All of this is a book written by Shizuku, so someone is in universe writing a story where a teenage girl falls in love with a fucking cat who's actually a statue, and honestly, it's still a better love story than Twilight. I swear the Baron is like if Lloyd Forger was British and a cat. I swear the Baron is like if Lloyd Forger was British and a cat. Look, I'm not going to have a lot of in-depth things to say about this movie. It's just a fun adventure movie starring the most adorable gremlin child to ever grace a film screen, and a lot of cats getting hit with canes. It's like Alice in Wonderland right down to the protagonist just vibing and panicking her way through the story. And then, at the end of the film, the prince comes back and is like, Dad, what the fuck are you doing? Did you kidnap a girl? I already have a girlfriend. Get off the meth. This movie is so fucking funny. You have no goddamn idea. If you have not seen this movie, turn this video off and go watch it right. I'm fucking serious. Yes.
Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance.
I'm gonna have to wait about fucking 10 minutes. Okay, that's all of them. I'm just missing Earthsea. It slots in right between Howl's Moving Castle, and then Earwig and the Boy and the Heron go right on the end here. Oh, oh God. Oh, this video's really fucking coming together. It's looking like it's gonna be about 2 hours. Oh my God, it's a 2-hour video. I was expecting this to reach like 1 hour. Ugh. Also, you popped off on Kaguya and only yesterday. Oh, really? Let's sail around the world by ship. That flower segment from Kaguya was so insightful. Ooh, thank you. I'm really proud of that. I was rewatching the Kaguya bit, and it was like, geez, and I got to that part, I was like, fucking hell, like, when did I start setting the page on fire? Oh God, I'm reading the ask. Somebody really asked, what does Twigs have in their pants? Oh my God. Twigs have a bunch of twigs in their pants, obviously, so they can make a fire. What's in Twig's pants? Hybristophilia. Five minutes on that timer. Ah, fucking nose is blocked. What's in Twig's pants? Jerky. Jerky. Want some syrup? Excited gumdrop noises. Nah, I'm into sweets. Excited gumdrop noises. Side drop is OTP. Right now, they have quite a bit syrup too, at least. I'm mostly just reading Nami's asks because they're open today. Ah, only 60 seconds. Good. Ugh. This has been a good stream. I think I'll be through with editing once I get this audio done and lined up and everything arranged all nice. And I'll just chip away at the video part over the course of the week. So, starting tomorrow, either starting tomorrow or Monday, patrons will see these segments go up. Beerbeck. Oh. Do you guys want to hear something funny? So, ever since I cut wheat and dairy out of my diet, I haven't had heartburn issues anymore. For the last few years, I have had really bad heartburn, and I couldn't identify why. It was the wheat. The funny thing, though, is that when I did that and the heartburn went away, the back spasms went away too. I had been mistaking heartburn for back pain. That's how bad the heartburn was. And you guys have heard me scream in like pain when those things come up. It's like, and then I realized, hang on, I think I might have a wheat sensitivity. I think that's what's doing it. So I cut wheat out of my diet. I go to eating, I start eating like gluten-free bread and sourdough. And the back pain fucking goes away. Like, are you fucking shitting me? No wonder the TENS unit wasn't working. I am so fucking stupid sometimes. I'm glad they're gone now. And no more back spasms. Oh, yeah. Just, holy fucking shit. Me trying everything to deal with the back pain, but it turned out to be the bread. Stop having toast, you stupid. Stop having toast, you stupid whore. The double whammy of problems gone. Yeah.
They put too much sugar in bread these days. Yeah. Well, I live in Canada. We don't have that issue up here. What? That's incredible. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have the American bread problem. See, the problem with bread isn't the sugar; it's high fructose corn syrup, which every country, every major country except the U.S. has banned. Please put me in your mouth. I'm full of corn syrup. The Cat Returns is a pseudo-sequel to Whisper of the Heart, and is to date the only sequel that Ghibli has made so far. I say pseudo-sequel because it's actually a book being written by Shizuku, presumably as part of a series based on what she wrote as a kid. The film is about Haru, a bumbling, clumsy off protagonist for whom it feels. The best part is when one of the cats off Cat Kingdom politics. And the whole movie is just nonsense upon nonsense upon nonsense. Like, she tries to get out of the wedding by pointing out the tumultuous world of Cat Kingdom politics.
Economy is child labor. Child labor.
The Cat Returns is a pseudo
Now we can pull Howl over here. In the past, I've often slagged off protagonists for whom it.
No, I didn't agree to that. Hey, wait!
God! Like, just full somersault slamming into the pile of garbage. Like, holy shit. Like, the fact that she is just laying there. Like, she's just laying there, and it's like, I feel that. I have taken a fall like that. That is agony.
No, I didn't agree to that. Hey, wait!
I feel like this should have the fucking strike coming up here. It's like, it was at this moment that she knew, oh god, this is gonna hurt. Boom. We're working on. I'm working on the big Ghibli video, which let's see. I don't know how long the Earthsea segment is going to be, but let's just say an average of about 6 minutes. So we're at. So we come to about 15, yeah. And so we take. Oh. Take this and we move it down around here. Okay. And then about, yeah, this is looking like it's, I have 2 more video, I have like, between this and then I got 2 more videos, 2 more movies, and then I also do the intro and the countdown. So this is absolutely going over 2 hours. This is double the length that I was expecting. You know, admittedly, I am quite stupid, because how the fuck was I going to cover 24 films in an hour? You can't. You can't do it. This is better than just binge watching YouTube, right? Slightly better, I guess. Although we are done with editing. I'm not done with the stream, though. As long as there are people who want to hang out, I'm fine. As long as the chat is active, I'm fine keeping the stream going a little longer. As long, if not longer, than the Nom Nom Nami vid. Oh, yeah. Man, like, I really have just started to develop a habit for these fucking marathons, haven't I? To the age of video essays. You're very good at doing long videos. Yeah, like, I mean, like, the first one was the Disney Project. Remember, those of you who were around in, like, 2019, is, like,
if you guys remember, I did fucking in-a-minute videos for every Disney film, and then I did like a full-on roundup for all of them. I actually edited the roundups together and and posted them as their own individual video. Then I don't know if there was a marathon in between there, but I did do the Pokemon. I did the 6-hour Pokemon video. Then I did the hour-long. Then I did like the hour-long video on Nom Nom Nami's work. Oh yeah, I did the Dragon Age marathon. Yeah, I have just got, like, a problem. I've got a problem with doing these marathons, apparently. Good God, why the fuck are you here? Ugh. Tumble Rose Studios jump scare. What's going on? I just found your channel yesterday, but that sounds cool. Oh, well, welcome. Welcome. If you saw anything else on your way in, I'm sorry. I like the marathon format, getting it all in one go rather than little spurts. Yeah, I was considering asking, like, just posting is like, hey, would you rather I post the Ghibli videos as all one big video or as individual segments over the course of like a month? And the consensus was one big video. Video not count because that's mostly about how BG3 is a bad sequel to the OG. I really don't know if I want to do that, honestly. Like, I started writing it, I started working on it, and, like, just the thought of dealing with the fucking brainless wonders that is 5e D&D players and BG3 fandom specifically. Oh my god, like, the fact that people defend that fucking game, like, the fact that people get upset when it gets criticized, the fact that people have fucking tantrums when it gets criticized, it's, oh my god. Oh, your mother should have picked up a different fucking child from the hospital, I swear.
It's a shame that the case, but oh well. The streams working on it were fun at least. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, like, somebody literally had a fucking tantrum over those streams, like, and of course they ended up lying about them, but, like, I was in the stream, goofing around, doing silly shit for fun, and this botched living abortion, had the, just fucking went off on it. And it's like, holy shit. I know 5e players are I know 5e players have been like drinking lead paint, but still. God. The worst part is when you got somebody who's just like who's like really desperate to appear sassy. Like one of these little jizz rags in particular open their video like exaggeratingly tapping a spoon against a tea glass, like, and it's like, if I were sitting in a room with you, I would fucking shatter that over your goddamn skull. Seriously, stop performing. Enough with the fucking performance piece. Everyone sees through that shit. Fucking hell. Like, okay, Wojaks are terrible, they're horrible, they're awful, but at the same time, no image has ever perfectly captured how the internet works, especially in the age of Zoomers, than this. 'Cause this is how it always goes. It's like a rule of being online. The more you see someone being like aloof and smug and like acting like a goddamn supervillain, the more they are losing it behind the fucking behind their camera. The more someone gives half-hearted, like just canned sass, the more obvious it is that they're really about to project their own rage onto someone else. Like, 'cause this is how self-proclaimed trolls have always behaved. They're really fucking mad, and they act like everyone else is fucking mad. Yeah, this is them. Yeah. Psy was probably it's like the biggest offender there because it's like, she was really bad at hiding it. Like, she would draw a thumbnail of her, like, just laughing like a supervillain or just being really fucking smug. But then you go into her videos and she is screaming and shrieking and losing her goddamn mind. Taking her mic from how much she is absolutely crashing the fuck out. And it works because her streams are like 4 hours long. Most of the people who watch them are of the same volition. They're really fucking mad and need to convince themselves they're not. But and most people only watch about 15 minutes of the fucking things. Reference JoJo, but that show really called it on snarky, arrogant, wannabe, fancy people actually being absolute over-emotional lunatics on the inside. Nice. You don't need to hate to reference. You don't need to hate the idea of referencing JoJo. I mean, I don't have any issue with that show. A friend of mine really likes it. Wow. Spirited again. God. Like, I don't like like I said, I don't understand these people. I don't understand how people can like I say this as somebody who literally is incapable of faking it enough to take a sponsorship. Like I literally feel embarrassed with myself. I like my stance against sponsorships is not out of any morals. Like I have actually tried to do a sponsorship, and the thought of trying to feign enthusiasm while reading ad campaign, I just get fucking embarrassed. Like, I feel like a fucking dickhead doing it. I don't understand how, like, I don't understand how people can be so fucking fake that they can actually read through a sponsorship. Like, never mind the fact that if you're a YouTuber and you take sponsorships, you are scum. These products are all garbage. But, like, I don't understand how somebody can sit there and enthusiastically talk about a product they do not use and will never use. I remember watching a kind of like a Q&A session between two different YouTubers and the host. And one of them asked us, like, what do you think of people's belief that you're drama YouTubers? Now, these were two YouTubers I had a certain degree of a positive opinion on. And then one of them just goes, like, one of them had quite recently at the time, really just shredded drama YouTube for what it is. And so, like, the other one goes, like, after a very long diatribe, the other one goes, I don't really care what you call it. I'll just do whatever gets me the most engagement. And then the first one laughs. And I was like, my opinion of these two plummeted. I don't understand how you can be so cynical and soulless of a person. I genuinely don't understand. I have seen people who just have no fucking standards whatsoever. And I've been seeing it more and more these days of just people with absolutely no goddamn standards for anything at all. Like, they are okay. They would be okay with child murder if someone they liked did it. But it's like, I don't understand engagement whoring. I genuinely don't. Like, yeah, it's good for business, sure, but like, how the fuck do you get through that? How the fuck do you get through that and turn off the fucking camera thinking, God, I am a fucking loser? How do you sit there and pretend to take TikTok drama seriously? I don't know how you fucking do it. Because, like, if that were my job, if my main pipeline of content was making videos on people getting into fights on TikTok, or, like, every single random accusation ever thrown at any YouTuber ever, or like making fucking documentaries on Christine Chandler, I'd have hung myself a long time ago. That sounds so soul-crushingly just so soul-crushingly miserable. This is like the modern-day version of a freak show. Makes me want to eat my own fingers. I can't imagine the first-hand embarrassment of being a salesman or a shill. Yeah. People just want excusable targets to point and jeer at so they can feel superior. Sure, but I mean, like, I can't... Here's the thing. I physically cannot comprehend someone who chooses not to feel empathy for other human beings. I physically cannot comprehend what it is like to be a sociopath. That's the kicker. It's like, try to imagine the color magenta 2. Try to imagine the color Vivoli. Picture a color that doesn't exist. You can't do it, can you? And that's the same way I feel. I cannot comprehend what it is like to be a sociopath. What it is like to be so utterly lacking in empathy or just like any degree of standards. To be so rabidly cynical and cruel all the fucking time. Like, how have you not hung yourself? How are you not swinging from a fucking rope right now? I don't understand how that works. I don't know how you mask your emotions behind self-conscious irreverence so easily. Like, there is something wrong with you. There is something in you that is fundamentally broken. I don't know what it is. And the only explanation I can reach for is that you simply do not possess a soul. You're just a withered husk rotting there. You are barely even a person. You are nothing. You are no one. Like, I couldn't upsell a breakfast sandwich when I was working at Tim Hortons. I don't know how you fucking do what you do. I'm gonna go get some lunch. See you, Lolo. Love you. Ugh. Even just thinking about doing any of that stuff makes me feel so miserable. Yeah. Like, I think the best part is like when it's not the massively successful people. It's like the fucking Z-list middle of the road people. Like when someone like Ant starts yammering on and on about how like a friend of mine, Gygus, was talking about how Ant was like literally like ranting at them about how like, oh, I have more subscribers than, it's like I have more views than Lily Orchard, and it's like, that is the most fucking pathetic thing anyone could have ever said. Like, that is the most pathetic thing you could ever say. I have more views than you. That is really fucking pathetic. Especially in Ant's case, because literally nobody would know who he was if not for me. People only know of him through me. My dad is stronger than yours. Just absolute indoor behavior. Senbei core. Apparently his wife cheated on him recently. Good for him. Good for her. Good for her. I hope she's living her best life. Apparently he was ranting and blaming me for it. Like, I've heard all this secondhand, so I have not bothered to go and like check because fuck that. I'm not willingly going to that guy's fucking social media feed. I would probably be able to smell the anime convention from here. Like, I've heard all this secondhand, but like apparently he was blaming me, and I'm like, how the fuck does that work? I'm all the way up here in Atlanta, Canada, you stupid sack of shit. Oh, God. Delusion is a hell of a drug. He really is Senbei. Literally the tripping of something else. Burnt toast. The toaster was sabotaged. CD didn't destroy the toaster. Oh my god. Oh, we do have fun. I love these streams. Oh my god. Look, I'm not going to pretend to be above it all. I get a very, very sick and twisted schadenfreude from watching these fuckers self-destruct. Genuinely. Watching Courtney blow up whatever tiny internet presence she had managed to gather. And watching all the little fascists turn on her the instant they smelled blood. Fucking beautiful. The fact that Courtney is homeless right now, fucking beautiful. Couldn't have happened to a nicer bastard. The fact that Psy's constant spewing of racial slurs every 12 seconds finally caught up with her, and now she has just once again, because I looked into this, and apparently this is not the first time Psy's been excised from a fucking community. She's been doing this shit since 2004. And the fact that she is just fucking fallen back into irrelevancy once again, it's just, beautiful. Beautiful. Get fucked. $2004? What? Oh yeah, Psy's in her mid-40s. Did you not know that? Psy was getting into drama in the convention scene when I was in elementary school. Yeah, it's just been 22 years of this unwashed, bloated weeb trying and failing to make friends, because that's what she wants. Like, Psy desperately wants friends, and she can't get them because she's a fucking... because she's just like a fucking pile of used condoms. I knew that she was old, but not that she's been pathetic longer than I exist on this planet. Yep. Oh, yeah, that bitch is super fucking pathetic. Like, here's the thing. When you're in your 40s and you're that obsessed with Steven Universe to the point you try to make a whole career out of shrieking at one specific person who criticized it that one time, you are a deeply fucking wrong person. Like... Jesus fucking Christ, like, the fact that you live, the fact that you have not been put out of your misery is God basically saying fuck you in particular. That's what that is. Like, nah, bitch, hell's too good for you. Just stay on this fucking planet. And the thing is, it is always funny when this happens, because it always happens. Where's that fucking image? Because, like, this image just keeps getting longer and longer and longer. Where is it? Oh, God. It's so fucking long. Because, like, this is the cycle. Someone comes out shrieking about me. Hang on. I need to be able to zoom in on this. Someone comes out shrieking about me, and then they self-destruct a short period of time after. And it's like, I'm like the fucking Grim Reaper. I'm like a curse. If you make a drama video about me, you are, like, that's it. That's it. You are going to die. You have sealed your fate. God, look at how far back this goes. I bet some of you don't even remember this shit. Fucking hell. I don't. Those are please. Okay. So, in order. This is... Oh, fuck. So this one on the far left, ironically, is Toon Critic. He got okay, so he started a whole thing about me. I don't know if you remember this. It was called Respect the Artist. I basically used an image off of Google for like 3 seconds. And the artist fucking copyright struck it. So I counter notified. And after I did that, fucking Toon Critic comes out shrieking like a fucking bat about it. I don't know. I don't know. He must have been trying to get in this girl's pants or something. Anyway. Three years later, he gets outed for being a pedophile. Like 600 pages of his fucking inappropriate conversations over Skype with a 12-year-old girl. Wait, no. He tried to excuse it by saying the age of consent in her country was 12. How old was that? I think she was 15. Yeah, I think she was 15. Yeah. And you might go, oh, CD, those aren't related. Those two instances aren't related. But here's the thing. The pattern I am about to paint for you is so fucking dumb. You see, you kind of see why I basically say, well, congratulations, fate now frowns on you. So next we have For No Good Reason. For No Good Reason was basically like the sigh of the brony fandom. He would just make videos shrieking and screaming at literally anyone who fucking looked at him funny. In particular, he liked making shrieky videos about me because I was trans. And he is a bigot. His real name is Anthony Aguilar. Anyway, he got caught. He got caught with Lolicon. He got caught with doing age play shit with a fucking with a 17-year-old girl. And nobody's heard head or hide of him since. So Vita's next. Vita also just made a shitload of videos, basically just being virulently transphobic. Vita's a Nazi. Being virulently transphobic and racist and just basically very, very 2016 era douchebag. He also got caught being a pedophile. Oh my god. Next we have Star Giant Productions. So Star Giant Productions made like multiple several-hour videos shrieking and screaming about literally everything I'd ever said and done. 3 guesses what happened to Star Giant. Nobody's gonna guess? Okay. Anyway, Star Giant also got caught being a pedophile. He got caught with an underage girlfriend. Then we got Lio. Like, Lio didn't self-destruct as hard. But, like, you know, Lio is a clout chaser. He's a clout chaser through predator catching. And he basically decided to latch onto the fucking spurious accusations about me for a little while. And then, I just squelched my own tongue. That hurt. And then bungled another predator hunt so badly that the fucking social capital he had been slowly accumulating vanished overnight. Next, we have trans girl therapist, or Jessica Ruthier. Jessica Ruthier fucking crashed the hell out. Like, this was a full-on obsession for several fucking years. Like, basically, I blocked Ruthier on Twitter. And, like, Ruthier split on me really fucking hard, because Ruthier had been a fan of mine. So I blocked them because they were being annoying. And then they put up a video. It's like, so Lily Orchard blocked me on Twitter, and let's talk about this. Then every single fucking time I released a video, this fucking ravenous beast, isn't that Poppy and Xena? Yes. This ravenous fucking beast was like always making some kind of response to it. Just a full-on delusional obsession. Like, she would make alts just to get at me on Twitter or Tumblr. Constantly posting about me all the fucking time. Like, I don't know, like, I later found out she had BPD, so it sounds like she had split on me really fucking hard. Like, I rubbed her the wrong way, and now I'm a terrible person, and I need to be brought down or something. Anyway, this stupid fucking cow is the reason Courtney ever got any attention for her garbage in the first place. She never apologized. Like, she tried to, like, here's the thing. Both Jessica and Star Giant tried to walk back what they'd said about me, or like tried to speak positively about me after people started turning on them, and I'm just like, go fuck yourself. Anyway, like, while Jess was trying to walk this back, she never fucking apologized for that. Never admitted to any degree of wrongdoing. Like, even in this fucking apology thread, was still calling me just a terrible, awful person. And then had a fucking meltdown when I told her to go fuck herself. So anyway, she was just she does not have a healthy relationship with sex, and she does not have a healthy relationship with her own neurodivergence, and she does not have a healthy relationship with her own gender identity. And as a result, she was just very sexually aggressive to everyone in her community. You know, the thing people say about me. Very sexually aggressive, just extremely hypersexual in general, and just would not calm the fuck down. It eventually got to a point where, like, she tried accusing her ex of rape by deception, because they'd apparently slept together, and her ex then proceeded to break up with her. And Jess was under the impression that them sleeping together meant that they were still together, and tried to argue, well, I only agreed to it under these terms, so technically I didn't consent. It's that shit, you know, trying to rules lawyer consent. If you're trying to rules lawyer and technicality consent, whatever position you're trying to give is just absolutely wrong. Then we got Just a Robot. Now, Just a Robot made a video about me in, like, 2017. And, like, a couple of years ago, I don't know exactly what happened, but his career fucking ended. He self-imploded really fucking hard. I don't know the details. Now we got Courtney. So, you all know about Courtney by now. I'm sure we need no refresher. Courtney got caught gooning to incest porn and grooming a fucking teenager. She used her social capital to gather teenagers into her fucking many Discord servers, where she proceeded to behave extremely sexually inappropriately toward them. The very same fucking thing she was accusing me of doing. I need to close that window. The very same thing she was accusing me of doing. Because that's how it always goes, isn't it? Isn't it? Fucking... Oh, god damn it. Fucking... Accuse me of being a pedophile, out as a pedophile. Accuse me of being a pedophile, out as a pedophile. Accuse me of being a pedophile, out as a pedophile. Accuse me of being a pedophile, outed as a pedophile. Accuse me of being a pedophile, outed as a fucking pedophile. Good fucking lord. It eventually reached a point where where people were starting to actually pay attention to the fact that her story about me sexually abusing her keeps changing every time she tells it. She keeps changing her story. Anyway, now we got KP. KP, again, just like... an absolute gibbering attention whore. Who just decided to, hey, the attention I could get from shitting on you is worth more than the friendship I have with you, so there we go. Fucking hell, Timberwolves, go away. Oh, I had it turned over to the Twitch chat. I've completely missed the entire YouTube chat. Robot stalked some YouTubers he didn't like. Okay, yeah. So, then we had this. Like, KP then decided, hey, I got attention from this. I'm going to do it again with somebody I have a personal vendetta with. Lied about 2 of the 3 people she was making a video on. Did not take it seriously. Absolutely crashed the fuck out and was a laughingstock for a full-on fucking year. Psy, we went over Psy. Very recently, like I said, we already went over Psy. Brittany has been doing this shit since 2014. Anyway, Brittany got caught the thing is, Brittany had apparently run out of social capital she could farm from attacking me. And so she went after a bunch of other trans women. She went after Patricia Taxon. She went after I Suggest Force Femme. She went after a number of others, falsely accusing all of them of pedophilia. And this turned into an entire fucking drama. And Brittany ended up getting hit with a hailstorm of criticism, to the point that in a misjudgment, in a believing the fucking lie so much on the level of the weed killer incident, when told she sounded like a Pizzagate conspiracy theorist, she said, I looked into Pizzagate, and maybe you shouldn't be trying to use that as a diss. And now she is the Tumblr Pizzagate turf. She was so desperate to own trans women she didn't like that she said there was merit to Pizzagate, the conspiracy theory that was crocked up to distract people from Epstein. Holy fucking shit. It doesn't get more poetic than this. She literally bought into a conspiracy theory about make-believe trans predators that existed purely to distract people from the actual predators. Oh my god. Oh my god, you say it out loud and it's like, holy shit, how stupid is this hick? Trick question, she's from Texas. So of course she's got the brain of a fucking soap dish. And lastly, we got Ant. Ant basically like when Psy and KP started absolutely falling apart, Ant's association with them really started to bite him in the ass. Psy in particular, because like Ant's main problem is that he is a spineless little worm, and he will cozy up to anyone who might get him attention and engagement by proxy. And he is just a fucking big ass yes man for all of them. And then when they inevitably self-destruct, people point out the fact that, hey, why were you just hanging around this fucking neo-Nazi all this goddamn time? And then he backpedals and starts lying his ass off, trying to cover his ass to make up for his spinelessness. All of that started to really fucking bite him in the ass, and then he was caught on a Lolicon subreddit, because of fucking course he was! Of fucking course he was! Of course the guy who watches... Oh my fucking god. Like, of course the guy who watches all the worst weeb anime was found on a Lolicon subreddit, you fucking creep. Oh my god. 12 years! This has all taken place over 12 fucking years! It's like poetry arrives. Yeah, it's like poetry arrives. No, I'm sorry. Two critics self-destructed in 2018. It's been 8 years. 8 years of every single person who has ever made a drama video about me or a drama post about me utterly fucking self-destroying. And like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them are fucking pedophiles. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure, you know, the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure Vita's dead. Yeah, I think Vita might be dead. I don't know, like, one of these four killed themselves a couple years ago. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Also ended up harassing my friend Nixie. Oh yeah, Brittany's an absolute fucking sociopath. Like, okay, here's the thing. This is her actual profile picture on Tumblr. Brittany, I know you're watching this because I know you stalk everything I do. You are a grown-ass fucking woman. And you have an emo Shadow Absol as your... Is this DeviantArt circa 2004? Why are all of you just so fucking terrible all the time? I don't get it. I genuinely don't fucking get it. But every single one of them has self-reported to a fucking absurd degree. To the point that it has now just become a joke. That once you make a drama video about me, the fucking Reaper cometh. I have seen other drama YouTubers straight up refuse to make, even make statements saying, I refuse to make a video about CD Call. Specifically because they're afraid of this happening. Because it happens with such alarming regularity. I'm like a fucking curse. What's an actual, like, there's some cringe, but like a 30 to 40 still having a Shadow the Absol PFP. Shadow the Absol! No! Oh my god! Karma's a bitch with a good sense of humor. Yep. Yeah, fucking yep. Oh my god. You want to know what the best part is? You want to know what the truly best part is? Yeah. My ad revenue tripled this year. Yo. Oh my god. The best part is whenever one of these people self-destroys and I start laughing about it, I always get an anon in my fucking inbox going, you really shouldn't be gloating or laughing because they people also hate you and they might get, and they'll likely just get annoyed with your gloating and then all the attention's back on you. And it's like, girl, every single one of you is getting outed as a pedophile. I'm gonna fucking laugh. Do your fucking... You have already done your fucking worst. There is nothing else for you to do. Says the pedophile. Oh. Oh, Hot Moth. Your mother should have terminated you. Oh my god. This has been like, it is always fun to go back over this because it's like these people are incapable of like not self-destroying. Go take the missus on a nice steak dinner. Yeah, I will. Oh my god. And like, you know, since Michaela moved in, I have been feeling better than ever. I have been feeling great about so many things. Life is looking good. Fork pounding kitchen type shit with these creatures, the outed stalkers. Oh yeah. Like that's the thing. It's like, of course, most of them turned out to be pedophiles. These were people who are just posting about pedophilia all fucking day. Like, what else was gonna happen? Is winning overselling it? Yeah, I'd call it a win. Look, here's the thing. In about 5 or so years, my channel will recover. It always does. This isn't the first time I've gone through a slump. You're in a slump. Yeah. Views are down. Weirdly enough, ad revenue's up though. I definitely call it a win. The best wins are always the ones you get by doing nothing. Glad to hear you're positive about it. Yeah, because that's the thing. I don't have to do anything. The moment my name comes out of your mouth, that's it. You are already doomed. The sword of Damocles is over your head. Revenge is a life well lived. Fair. Yeah, I guess so. It's been 2 months since the last big upload, so a slump is expected, but not your responsibility to churn out content. Well, yeah, I mean, it's been that long because I've been working on a massive fucking video that's about to breach 2 hours. Oh my god. Why is this so long? Why did I do this? Why did I do this to myself? But I mean, like, I had to do it. I had to do it because the idea came into my head. Hey, what if I did a marathon video of all the Ghibli movies? Fuck! I gotta do it now! 'Sounds like me trying to work on video editing. Been sewing together an absolute unit of a video. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, you want to hear some really fucking good news? One second. Half of the AI data centers that they had planned to build in the US have been canceled.
Fuck yeah. The AI bubble's finally fucking bursting. This has been a good stream. Somebody's losing millions upon millions of dollars on it. The dumbasses. I could have told them it was a waste of resources for free. Am I arriving at the end of the stream? I don't know yet. The chat's still pretty active, so. I am starting to feel a little groggy. I do want to work on Into the Void a little bit before I actually go to bed, so who knows. I would have said yes to that and just end the stream. Oh, by the way, if any of you guys are not watching Bapcat, you need to watch Bapcat. What's it about? Oh, well. Here, let me show you. Whoops. I meant to hit unmute tab.
Nothing brings the family together quite like blank. All right, Noel, what do you feel like really helps bring the family together in this day and age? Anything in particular? Okay, understood. An unwanted pregnancy. Noel, what the fuck? No.
And that's it. It's just Noel. It's just this cat picking the absolute fucking worst cards, and her owner being very indignant.
This is going to Sandra. She just lost her kids in a divorce, so she's looking for ways to get them back. There's a very open prompt there. Appreciate you sharing. I don't know. What do you feel like would be the best way to help Sandra in this situation? Maybe not that. Okay. All right. Good God. This is going to Sandra.
I fucking love the fucking energy in here. Anyway, yes. That's what I'm gonna leave on. This channel's fucking great. Go watch it.